Hey yo, check Chuffy Chuffy 1 2. You're with Scott, I'm the Ganji Kid. I'm the Grave Kipper. I'm the Super Chuffer. It's midnight, it's always midnight. This is your right ear and your left ear. Hu Tao. Today, it's Genshin Impact. Today, it's Genshin Impact. And today, it's Hu Tao. I mean, what more do I need to say? What more do I need to say? Well, I need to do my little sound test. What more do I need to say? Well, I need to do my little sound test. Yeah, I'm here, I'm talking. What more do I need to say? Well, I need to do my little sound test. That's not how I talk, so it's not a very good sound test, is it? Yeah. Okay, I want to just let the room fill up. Well, my room's not going to fill, is it? It's not going to, it's not going to overload. We're not going to have people blocking the fire exits. Look, we're going to give it about 15, 20 minutes before I start wishing for Hu Tao. But really, what we're doing today is wishing for Hu Tao. That's the main thing. Other people might be interested in Hogwarts. Forget that. Forget your Hogwarts. Hogwarts schmogwarts. This is Hu Tao Day on Genshin Impact. Should have picked the sleep out of my eye before I started. Hogwarts schmogwarts. This is Hu Tao Day on Genshin Impact. This is my episode of my stream where I wish for and get Hu Tao. And when I say wish for and get, let me just move my little windows around so I can see. No, that's made that big. Ah, not big. I want obs. I've got my chat. I want obs on top of that. There we go. And then I've got my chat there. Got you, got chat. Got Hu Tao Day. Got the camera frame. This is the new wish system. This is Genshin Impact. We're supposed to choose our weapon. I mean, we're never going to get the weapon. We never do. But these all look cool to me now. Like, as I start to fill up on characters, I start to become more and more interested in these weapons. I believe that's Hu Tao's staff. I believe that's her staff. I don't think I'll get it. I don't think we're anywhere near to rolling for... I want to save up for Daya next, but... Interesting. But for once, the Aqua Simulacra looks interesting as well. But we're going to chart the course for that. Never does anything. We're going to be wishing on this. We've got all the wishes we need to hit Hu Tao, so that's not in jeopardy. We're nearly at Pity. We've got enough wishes. Trust me on that. We might hit Pity, fail the 50-50, have to spend all the wishes, but we've got enough. Trust me on that. The issue is not whether we hit Hu Tao necessarily. The issue is whether we hit Hu Tao early enough to save enough wishes so that when the next banner comes around, we can wish on that as well. Because we're free to play all the way. Money spent 0-0. Never going to spend any money on this. So I need to get a little bit lucky because I really want Hu Tao and I really want Deer as well. Deer. So we're going to wish for both. We're just going to get... I say lucky, we're just going to get what's coming to us, I suppose. Oh, what are you doing there? I was just talking to him. I wasn't doing anything funny. It's not how it looks. I've been here doing my... what do you call it? I've been here...
Faster? Okay,
doing my
faster.
reputation quests. And now... I've got something new. Something new.
1,
2. Woo! Check this out. She's been rocking that wing glider, but now she can have her actual real wings, her own real wings, the wings of the forest, and don't they look good? Reputation achieved. Wings of the forest achieved. Switch. So that's good. I really kind of want...
You know what?
Got my green Lisa as well. Done that. I'll show you that in a second. I really kind of want to get straight into doing the wishing. I don't really want to mess about doing my commissions and messing about. Quite excited for these wishes, but I also want to give it a moment for some people to join the chat, for Cruel to turn up maybe, to see what happens. So I'll give it, I'm not going to... I understand as well everyone else might be wishing for their Hu Tao right now. This might be... it's a busy day for streaming in lots of ways. So... oh God, I've got to deal with the cat now. Stupid cat. Oosh. So we could do this test run. I don't really want to do the test run because I'm so certain I'm going to get Hu Tao, and I want to do my. I never do my. Never get time to fit in It's my stream, I can make my own time, but what I like to do is I like to look at them, talk about them, look at their costumes and all that on the test run, so I kind of want to do that as its own stream, and I never find the time, but I will do. Fashion show, I call it, fashion show. And I don't want to test her out because we're about to get her. So not really into doing that. There's not so many other things on this list now. There's still some quests and big stuff to do. Let's have a look at our green Lisa. She's in the squad. There's green Lisa. We talked about her clothes before when we first saw them, but now we've got her. Here she is.
Already forgot. 1, 2.
And she fits right in green mommy Lisa. Whee!
Here, let me help you.
Actually, I haven't thought about us choosing my characters based on fashion. Maybe I could make better squads based on fashion. But look, there she is in the Sumeru greens. All makes sense, doesn't it? Out for her holidays. Back in the old gaff. She used to come to the academia. She used to work at the academia. Or do her studies at the academia or something. I don't pay enough attention. Hello, they all say, oh, Lisa, hi, I haven't seen you in ages. Hello. Just noticed she's got something around her leg. What's that? She's got like a metal garter thing around the one leg. That's different. I don't know about that. It's a bit strange. It's a bit... here's what it is anyway. Here she is back at the academia, Lisa. There we go. So that's on the list. Things we got. World join request from someone with Hu Tao already. Sorry, we're going to be doing our wishes. No point in joining my world unless you want to trolley around and steal my Val brews. I'm just giving it a little potter, a little natter before we get started. And as part of that potter and natter, there's Firefox. Turn that off, that's not what I wanted. As part of that potter and natter, it is what I wanted, but I wanted the one with the frame. That's Firefox with the frame around it. Hu Tao, oh again, Hu Tao. I want to do my tweet. Tweet, bang, tweeted that now. Tweeted, streaming live on Twitch playing Genshin Impact and wishing for Hu Tao. Big things, join Twitch TV/GanjiKid. And a picture of me giving Hu Tao a kiss. That should be good luck there, that should. And I've been talking to people on Twitter and they've been replying. So that's by the by. If you want to find me on Twitter, I am Scott GanjiKid at Informal Films. I change my name all the time. We're going to settle on one at some point. I'm a streamer, a Sufi, a bunny hugger, Ganji, Gravekipper, Super Chuffer. That's all right, isn't it? That's all right. That's all right. And Super Chuffer is the main channel on YouTube that I use as a sort of main hub at the moment. So I'm doing live streams on YouTube in the daytimes and in the week. We do a podcast called Thus, which we do every Monday. And this one that we did on Monday lost us 3 subscribers because some people didn't want to do our Red Dwarf review. We do Light Week, Dark Week. Maybe I should just stick to Dark Week every week because they like the Madly I McCann forensic psychology review with my expert forensic psychologist, Steve of the Dead, my co-host, my friend, Steve of the Dead, who's a forensic psychologist. They did like the John Bennett Ramsey one as well. They liked that bit of true crime. They did like the Pimp and the stuff, not as much, but they didn't like the Red Dwarf review as much. They don't like that. Some of them aren't into that. So I might have to postpone the next one. Might have to have a band meeting about that and decide whether we continue it or whether we... Because there are other series of Red Dwarf to finish. Like we've done Series 1 and Series 2. We don't have to continue with it. We can do what we want. But they're lives anyway. You can check them out. And further content will be there. It's interesting. If you go to videos there, it looks like I'm a Genshin Impact channel. Because I used to upload a load of Genshin Impact videos there. Now the Genshin Impact is all on Ganji Impact. So you go to channels, Ganji Impact. Every video is not there though, of course, because a load of them, like a year's worth, were uploaded to the first channel. It only starts 2 months ago. But on this channel here, if you go to playlists, there's the playlist, and that's the full playlist. So you'll find it. It's fine. Every video is on there. Hello, Bob Cassidy. David, hey, yeah, do you want to see that? I mean, it's not very appropriate for what we're doing now. It's got the R word in it. It's got the R word. I tweet shit, you know, I
It's going to be. You know, I said some things that upset a few people. You know, I said this fight's going to be as one-sided as a gang rape.
got it. I caught it.
It's going to be so one-sided. It couldn't be any more one-sided than a boxing match can be. He's not going to land any of his shots. I'm going to land all of mine, and he's going to be left unconscious on the floor.
A classic Audley Harrison fight. Should we have a quick look at the Audley Harrison fight? Get myself banned off before we start, yeah? Because we're going to be wishing for Hutao today, but get myself banned off before we start. I don't want YouTube studio. I want YouTube, chuffer. And David Haye, Audley Harrison. It won't take long watching this because it didn't take long, did it? Within 3 rounds.
At Auto Trader.
It was this one-sided. It was that one-sided. It was. It turned out it was that one-sided. He's vegan, but he's been photographed. Like David Haye, you know, you get these vegans. Yeah, he's vegan, but he's been photographed eating chicken wings. I mean, David Haye, I think, was more dietary vegan than ethically vegan. I think that was the case. A lot of boxers, a lot of sports people are vegan because it's good sense. If you're doing sport, you want the best possible fuel for your body. And then he's not really into that anymore, is he? Now he's more into like a diet thing. Like he's selling a keto diet program. Like he's not making money boxing, but he's making money selling dietary advice, I think. Or he talked about it on, I don't know. He seems well into it. So it might be that he's like, you know, dietary choices are not ethically informed. It's a bit of a fuck up, yeah. I mean, I don't see him as like the flag bearer for veganism. No one really is, really. But the ethical people who've got the thoughts, they're the ones who you want to listen to. But yeah, David Haye letting the side down. Certainly didn't let himself down in this fight, though, did he? In this fight, it was pretty one-sided. It's classic David Haye, though, isn't it? Like he's against a bigger guy, so he can't really afford to get clobbered. But he doesn't want to get clobbered, and he's a cruiserweight coming up, so he avoids. He stays on the outside here. See how he's using his jab? This is a really interesting point. The other, Audley Harrison went with the jab there and didn't manage to catch Haye. He's not close enough. And Harrison's southpaw as well, which actually gives Haye an advantage in a way here. It's the same thing that Joshua had problems with Usyk. The jabs come together and they're like pouring at each other's jab there. He almost touched Audley Harrison's glove. But that's distance, timing and control, isn't it? Distance, timing and control. He talked a big game about ethics. Oh, did he? He saw a factory doc and said I couldn't be part of this. Wow. I didn't have him down for that. You know, I don't. Yeah, like I'll look into it. I will. I'll look into it maybe. Supposed to be doing Genshin Impact today, but I'm happy to just pass a little bit of time before we do the wishes because I want to just have some time to let the room fill up, so to speak. So it was a lot of this, wasn't it? There was a lot of this going on, and it wasn't one of the most interesting fight. Then all of a sudden, David Haye just plants one on him. When does it happen? I don't know if I can remember. I can't even remember it going to 3 rounds. Apparently, it's 3 rounds. I think it comes now, like in a minute now. Like he just plants one on him. Haye's looking to land that big right. Like just get inside and plant it on him. Obviously, you don't want Audley to hit you, but you're quicker than him. There, like that. Everyone gets excited. That wasn't it, was it? That nothing happened there really. But that's Haye's tactics. Let's skip it on to round 3. There's a lot of this. It's almost like I think this is how Haye thought Bellew would go as well, like a shootout. Like if I land on you, you're done. So tippy tappy. There's no shots going on, is there? It's not like jab, jab, jab. You know, hit to the body. It's none of that. It's just a shootout. And Haye does not want to be hit whatsoever. Audley goes into his shell because he did it then. He jumped in and clobbered him with it. And Audley just goes into his shell. Like Audley should be moving forward here, and whether you're getting hit a little bit or not, you're the bigger man, so you should just be walking. I say walking through. I mean, it's easy said than done, but caught him there, didn't he? Haye caught him, bang, bang, and once he's caught him, he's like, "I'm getting you out early." And Harrison's just in his shell. Like Harrison needs to be moving forward, grabbing hold of his arms. What's this? What's this? This gets annihilated. The worst pay-per-view in living memory. The worst pay-per-view in living memory. Nearly, I think. Hello, Crawl. Yeah, we are about to do wishing. Bob just mentioned this. We just happened to look at it. It was a randomer. So we are, yeah, sorry. I was doing my, watch my channel, check out my channel's bumble at the start. But what we're on for today is We're here for Hu Tao. We're here for Hu Tao. So don't worry about that at all. Don't worry about that. That was just a little bit of boxing. Just a little time passer. Don't worry about that. Check this out. Check this out. Green Lisa at the Academia. I got that this week. Yeah? And it's not just that. I also picked up... thought he'd preparing to throw hands if the wish. It has to happen. The problem is whether it happens quick enough for us. That's the issue, isn't it? She's got her new clothes. I got a new wing glider. She can't go around in that. Oh, the wing. It doesn't actually match. What? It's not the same green. Oh, for God's sake, Genshin Impact. Go to Collie's house. The Lisa event has more than just a domain. Oh, we will do. Okay, we will do. We'll have a look at that, yeah. We'll do the wishes first, because now you're here. Now Bob's here. Like, there's a few of you here. Like, I think it's a good time. I want to get into it. I'm champing up the bit to do those wishes. I'm a bit disappointed with the wings. Thought green Lisa, green wings, but they're not. They're more. They go really nicely on little Nahida, don't they? Picked up these out of. It's my reputation. I've got a good reputation in Genshin Impact. Your family member can hear my stream. They say I've got a great voice. Thanks. Yeah, a voice for radio and a face for radio as well. Yeah, face for radio. What do you mean? Because you can't see it because you're ugly. Thanks. Yeah. Hopefully that plays into the positive growth of the stream, because I do a lot of talking. So I do a lot of talking. We are... Oh, we're so ready. We're so ready. Lisa's bored already. She's looking at a book. We're so ready for this banner. Wishes come true. Wishes come true. Hu Tao. I'm wondering if there's anything else I need to say before we get started. I've done the watch the podcast. I've done the thus. I've done the check out the other channels bit. I'm ready for it. Are you ready for it? Because it's possible that you could get it on the first wish. Don't start messing me about now with the Skyrider sword. Don't start messing me about. So that didn't work, but obviously that wasn't our real first wish, was it? Look, because we've done like 65. I just thought, like, you've got to tempt fate. You've got to tempt fate like that. If I'm going to click... There's Zhao. There he was. Zhao's on page 13. That doesn't bode well, 13. So 12 fives, like, loads. 60 or something. Something around there. What is it? 12... If it was 12 tens, it'd be 120, and half of that would be 60. Yeah, it's 60. Like, we've got about 60. 60. 75 is pity. 80, 90. It can go to 90... But anywhere between 75 and 90 is sort of around about there. But at 75, it starts amping up your percentage chance of getting it. So it's called soft pity. Do you think we'll ever spend money? No. I'll tell you for why. Let's say this goes wrong, okay? Because next month, we want to wish again, maybe. Maybe, and I might not have enough wishes. So I go here and I buy some wishes, yeah? No, I haven't got enough. I have to buy crystal top-ups. That's all right. I'll just spend $89.99. Oh, please top up the device used to register this. What? So even if I did want to spend $89.99 on whatever that is, like, that's fucking loads of money. Like, it is. It's loads of money. I wouldn't be prepared to spend more than 20. Even though I've played this for this amount of time and enjoyed it thus far, I think $25.99, $44.99 about. You know, that's a price for a AAA game. And I've bought AAA games in the past, but these days I tend... Like, let's say Hogwarts Legacy's come out, which it has. I'm not that interested. But let's say I really wanted to play it. On day one, I want to spend $49.99. No, I fucking don't. Sorry for swearing. No, I don't. I would rather just leave it a couple of weeks and then get it for like 20% off, or even a few more weeks and get it further off. So, but, you know, I've played Genshin Impact now as long as I would have played a AAA game, so I could give them the money. You know, it seems fair. And you were saying about the Welkin Moon. That's another good point. Like, if you were a normal person and not me, you might be tempted by the Welkin Moon. That's fine, I think. Actually, you get blessings. You get your stuff for logging on. And you log on every day anyway, and you get lots of primos. I think it's a decent value proposition there. That's much. That's like subscribing to Genshin Impact for £5 a month or whatever. It's actually a reasonably good value proposition. For me as a streamer, I can't do it because money spent. But also, look, watch. Please top up using the device used to register this account. So unless I get my old PlayStation out and log on and turn it on and see if my old, because I don't think I keep paying for. I haven't paid for PlayStation subscription for a while. Like it's like I need to use the old PlayStation 4. I've upgraded to a PC now, but Genshin Impact doesn't understand that, which is fine. It prevents me from spending, so that's good. But so no, I never will spend. I actually like the idea that as a streamer, I'm showing people that you can enjoy it free to play and still get loads of good stuff. But there is a limit, and you're a focus gacha player. You can save a year of free to play in a single unit. You do it for Fate Grand Order. Wow, Fate Grand Order. I've not Fate Grand Order. Right. We're going to do the wishes, but I just need to see this now. I need to know what you're talking about. So, Fate Grand Order. What the chuff is Fate Grand Order? It's a free-to-play Japanese mobile game developed by Lasengal using Unity and published by Aniplex. A subject. You're spending your money on these, you chuffer. Well, it's your money, it's your choice, but I think, what do I need to do? Do I need to dress up like this to get some gifted subscriptions going on in chat or something? What do I need to do? How can I make my stream more gacha friendly for you? Would I need to? Oh, you're free to play there, of course. You said free to play. Yeah, good point. Good point. So, I've got free to play subscribers. I think it's funny. It's what the fuck? Bob's writing in code. I don't know what that is. Now you're talking to each other in a foreign language. That's taking it to an extreme. That's taking it to an absolute extreme. Typing to each other in foreign. What the fuck, dude? That could say anything, couldn't it? That could say anything. You could write like, anything you want. Anything. I wouldn't have a clue. Look, there you go. That's what it is. The fuck do I know? Swearing all over the show now. I thought it'd come up with Google Translate. It didn't. It came up with this. So now I need Google Translate. And to detect text detector. I'm a text detector. Come on then. Detect it then. It didn't fucking detect it, did it? It should detect that. Japanese gacha game. Dangerous. There you go. Japanese used to live there. Yeah, I know. So yeah, you're not spending money on it, which is fine. That's good. I'll be honest, I did worry briefly, but then I got my brain together and realised what you were saying, yeah. Free to play is the way to go on these sort of games. You get the fun, and then you don't get like fully down the rabbit hole with it. But even now, just looking at it, from now that I've got used to Genshin Impact, and I have got used to Genshin Impact now, I see why this looks cool. I feel like before, if I'd never played Genshin, you could have shown me that picture and I'd have gone, meh. But now I'm like, oh, it's a character and it does X, Y, Z and it's got 2 weapons, and like there seems to be more reasons why it's cool now that I understand the lay of the land a little bit more. Yeah. So Hu Tao is cool, isn't she? She is. And we're gonna get her. We're gonna get her on the rolls. I've got something else prepared if we get her. I'll only show it you when we get her. So, right, we'll get her. Frame gone. Hu Tao back in the room. So we've done one wish, but it wasn't our actual. That wasn't our first wish for reals. I'm alright popping the odd 10 paw here. We've got the wishes in the bank for that reason. I'm happy getting Wet Boy. Ningguang, yeah. Bedu, yeah. It adds the constellations. Wet Boy, yeah, constellation me up, Wet Boy, but don't go mad. Don't go mad. Let's not go mad on the constellations. Duplicate my Wet Boy, get me another Wet Boy, and I get this. And I get this. What's this? It extends the duration of the rain cutters, yes. Increases the level of the sword rain cutter by 3, yes. Throughout the duration of rain cutter, the sword fatal damage is increased, yes. Increases the level of fatal rain screen by, yes. Activate 2 Gua sword rain cutter sword attacks, greatly increases the third sword, whatever. Can't understand it, it's too many words. But yes, in principle, they're all good. But don't give me 6 Wet Boys before you give me a Hu Tao. Don't do that to me. Okay? Don't do that to me. Oh, I'll tell you what I haven't done. We need to do this. We do need to do this. Is I haven't told Genshin Impact that I'm wishing. So, I will need my unique character ID.
Well, your perspective.
You'll be here somewhere. My account. It's always on the screen. Okay, I got it on the screen there, and I'll do it in a new window over here to do it. Just a quick window. Twitter. I'll even type it off. Use my brain and type it. I won't be able to because I can't go from one window to the other. Should I press user center? I don't want to show everyone my account on the internet, do I? Oh, now I'm confused. Now I'm confused. How do I get my number? I always get my number before. Genshin Impact off. Genshin Impact here. User center. Now what's happened? Oh, it would have shown you my email, but not that. Username not linked. User ID. That's not it. Chuffers. Right, I'm going to have to get this in my brain and do it like this. It's every time I click on Twitch, it makes Genshin Impact disappear. I got problems. I've got to tweet them though. I can't not tweet them, can I? Damn it. I can't see my own number. There must be a way to see your own number. Would I ever react to a job interview for you? You're autistic and so bad at job interviews. Your analysis could be helpful. Yes, I suppose. That's a different and quite interesting idea. Let me just do one thing at a time, because I've got this problem in my brain about not being able to find my UID's there, but I can't highlight it. I need to... Okay, 74239. Let me just do this. 74339. 74239. And then go back to Genshin, and then 97109. Was that the same 9? Yeah, it was. 74239. 7109. See, if I've got that number wrong, they'll be giving me... is my number at Genshin Impact, and I am a streamer. Please give me Hu Tao on the first 50-50. I'm just writing this in Twitter. First 50-50, and I don't mind a few wet boy constellations. Alright, I've spelled it all wrong, apparently. So now the internet will fix that for me. That'll fix that. And then also I want my Twitch. No, I want Twitch. I'm on Twitch. Your channel, Ganji Kid. That's me. Copy that. Right, okay, send that to them on the Twitter, because now they know, right? Now they know, and that's Genshin Impact that I've sent that to. I should Hoyoverse it as well. They're the big boss, aren't they, Hoyoverse? Right, let's close that. Let's deal with your question as well then. So, will I react to you specifically like you? Yes, I think. It's that it is quite a strange request, yeah. You'll donate as well as an incentive. Right. Yes and no. I mean, in principle, yes. Okay. Like, I want to open up Patreon more, and I want to have incentives for people to subscribe to Patreon, and that seems like something we could do. Yeah. On the negative, I would say I don't want to make it. I mean, I'm not some big streamer with hundreds of people sending me loads of stuff, right? On the menu, you can copy it.
For a while.
I should have looked at that quicker. I can copy the UID or click. Yeah, I could have screenshotted my picture. That's a good idea as well. What I don't want to do is have it so that people think they can just send me videos and money, and I have to deal with their videos if they send me videos and money. It's not an open door policy, but here as a one-on-one, I'm open to the idea. Would you rather it was private? Because yeah, we won't do it today. We'll think about it and talk about it. I think what would worry me is the internet is a big place, and you might be quite happy just putting me reacting to you on the internet, or it might be something you'd rather have privately done and then choose whether you want to put it on the internet or not. I could be I mean, I think I'll be nice. I don't think I'll be mean. I don't think I'm going to make you feel bad. But I could be honest in some ways that might sound like, I don't know, you know, I don't want to hurt your feelings reacting to you. Do you know what I mean? And if I'd number one, want to be honest. So I think I could do it. I think it would come across well. I think it would be okay. It wouldn't be a two-way conversation, you know. You wouldn't be in the room. I wouldn't be able to have a two-way conversation with you about it. So although you might be in chat, I suppose that could be a possibility. Like when you're dealing with someone one-on-one, I find it's easier to understand how they're feeling. You might argue with this being autistic, but easier to understand how they're feeling and how your words are going down and whether it's going well. And the internet is a big place, and whether you want to be publicly broadcasting things like that on the internet for anyone to get hold of and do whatever they want with, that's up to you. Like, you know, some people might be mean sometimes. It might be that it goes over well without a hitch. I just don't want it to be, I don't want you to be unaware that they're, like, no one's trolling me, no one's trying to be doing bad things or anything, but potentially that would be on the internet. Then once it's on the internet, you have to consider it's out there forever. So it might be something that we want to do, you know. Like if you want me to help you with your job interview video, I think you don't have to pay me money either. I think that's something that I could just do. Although I'm not, again, my analysis could be helpful, but I'm not an expert on that. I don't really know what the correct answers are for job. Like, I haven't had to go to a job interview myself for a long time. I'm trying to do this instead. So yes, I can. Whether it'll be valuable, I don't know. So whether I'd like you to pay me as like a, you know, like a transactional sense one-on-one, I don't know if that's the most appropriate thing. But yes and no, it might be appropriate. I find it quite an intriguing but confusing answer. The other thing I might consider is we could have, I'm trying to turn on Genshin Impact, I'm turning on the wrong thing. We could have Steve involved if you want. Like Steve might give a more where's Genshin Impact? There. Steve might be able to
Plenty of time for work later.
give more of a like maybe you don't want to, I don't know. Like, I thought maybe a broader panel of people giving insight might be better than just my opinion. So maybe that would be a good thing to have it done on the internet with chat. Like you have a think about those things I've said. Have a think about the things I've said. We'll do it in the Discord and we'll talk about it. But in principle, I will help you just because, you know, if you want me to look at your video and give you some tips and pointers, I'll try. In principle, I don't know if I'm an expert though. You think I'm very good at reading people and stuff. Thanks. So yeah, in principle, yeah. And I don't want you to have to think that you have to pay me to, like, you know, like if it was a thing I was doing, if I was charging people for React videos, then you'd just go on the list and you just pay me. But because I'm not asking people for that generally at the moment, I mean, it could be something we do on Patreon. I don't know. But I would feel a bit, I think it puts a strange dynamic on it if you like feel you have to pay me for it. You don't have to pay me for that. Like if I want to do it, I'll do it, and if I don't, I won't. But you're here, you're like part of the stream, and you know, if it's going to be beneficial to you, then I'm open to trying to help you. So yeah, okay, I think that makes sense. I think we've covered that. So in principle, yeah, we'll deal with it in the Discord. And like, yeah, also remember what I've said, things don't happen with me quick, so it might be something that you could send me, I react to overnight, I send it you back, or it might be that like I didn't open because I haven't opened my email for about 3 weeks. You know, I've got the Discord open today and I forgot to get the pictures and put one of the pictures on at the start, but I'm not very good at all the different, there's a lot of different interaction. There's Twitter, there's Discord, there's email, there's my mobile phone, which I hardly ever use, but like I'm not the person that gets up in the morning and replies to all my emails. Like that's not who I am. So an epic mug. You like it? It's alright. The more tea in there, the better. Glad you're on the Discord, that overlay person kept space. Did I delete them though? I deleted them, didn't I? I think I don't know where they are in the Discord, where the things are said. General, might be in general. Oh look, there's someone new here. There's 2 new people. So yesterday 2 new people joined. I didn't even wave to say hi. You're supposed to wave to say hi. Yeah, I think I deleted their spam. I've left them once. I've left them up there. But if they keep spamming, oh look at this. More figures as well. See, I'm not paying enough attention. Look at this. I'm looking at Discord now and enjoying it. I will look at it. I will. Right, I'm closing Discord now because it's distracting me. We're in Genshin Impact. We've got our Lisa. I think we're ready, aren't we? I think we're ready. I think we're ready. We're ready for a temple. I've tweeted Genshin Impact. Everything's been done. All the little odds and ends have been tied up. All we need now, we hit this now, 10 wishes, hit Hu Tao, job done. Job not quite done. Let's skip this and see what we've got. Cheeking me. That's not what I asked for. Is she new? Have I just got her actually? Have I not got her before? Am I tripping now? Hang on. That might be really good. Oh yeah, I thought she was Xinyan. I got confused with Xinyan. Wow, I've got Bedu. That's new, that's good. Okay, we're happy.
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
I would, as a free-to-play player, this would be like quite satisfactory. But we're going even further. We're pushing on. But I've got Bedu now. Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Oh, you haven't got the right sword. What about? She's facing backwards with the sword. What the? Look, there's the front of her. Hang on. Her stance is facing backwards with the sword almost. Strange. Switch. Switch that sword. What about that? Oh, that looks good, doesn't it? You like that? Jinlan's got it. We're going to have arguments. Got that option. Got a sack greatsword. We can even the rain slasher, which is Hydro and Electro. She is Electro. She'll have that. I'm waiting to give someone that. Yeah, Hu Tao. Standing backwards and strange, but actually this is why you have sideways posture when you're a sword fighter, because it's harder to hit you because there's less of you in line there. Hu Tao. Fair play. We'll keep her. Sorry, not Hu Tao. Whatever she's called. Right, Hu Tao this time then. I've got Hu Tao on the brain. I've got, right, wish times 10. Do you know that person that kept spamming the Discord as well? I thought for a little bit, I like gave them the benefit of the doubt. They might be a real person. They're just desperate to try and make some money. They're like trying to get some work. But it's been years now and I still haven't got my emojis done. I don't think it's the most important part of our streams, but I do want to get them done. I just want to meet an artist who's got a heart. In fact, I'll tweet that person now. We'll do it now while I'm talking. We'll make a thing of it. This will be good luck. It'll share the luck around. Twitter. I'll go on Twitter again. And I need to find... See, how am I going to find her? I can't remember her name. How am I going to find her if I can't remember her name? How are we going to do that? Okay, so I did it as an episode. And it was artificial intelligence and stuff, wasn't it? I should be doing more about this. I'm interested in so much stuff. There's too much stuff. I actually, if you go to your channel, my channel, the channel, then you go to the Ganji. I think I cut it for Ganji Arts, didn't I? And then have a look at the videos here. And yeah, crypto art, blockchain crypto art. So this is when I was talking about blockchain crypto art. Now, crypto art got a bad name, didn't it? Lots of people said it's bad. There she is. Eliathira. Lots of people said it's bad because there's nothing attached to it and it's rubbish and it's everyone's trying to sell you a scam NFT. But in another way, there's a positive to it, which is that let's say I paint a really nice painting. Like I don't know, I'm trying to find something that represents a painting in this room. I've got a banknote. That's not like it's like a painting, isn't it? I've got an empty bag of crisps. That's more like a painting. Because this is my painting. I've painted it. Yeah. Like you like it, you can buy that 50 quid. Okay, I'll buy that, and then you own it, and that's yours. I don't have it anymore. You've got it. Like that's your painting now. Yeah, so you can own paintings. But with digital art, someone could do a really good piece of digital art, but then you can just copy the file, JPEG, cut and paste. Like no one can own it. Everyone owns it. It's everywhere. Like, how do you sell a piece of digital art? Or how do you own a piece of digital art? Because there are pieces of works that are digital that exist that you could just say, look, that's the original, that's the real one. Everyone else has got the copy and paste version. Like, in the same way as I can have an art print. There's loads of prints, but who's got the real one? It's a really long-ranging conversation. It's not finished in 10 minutes, but all I'm saying is for digital art, my now digital piece, you put it on the blockchain, now it exists like a bag of crisps, like a painting, it exists on the blockchain. it's physical, it's a data point in a server, so then you can sell it and it has value. It's like creating a digital object, and like objects and objectification and art, there's a lot connected. So I actually saw it as I know NFTs have got a completely bad rap, and I know that there's a lot of reasons why they're like, people are just churning out rubbish for like scams basically. But in other ways, if you create a really good piece of art and you want, like, I want to own it and copyright it or whatever, I think it provides an interesting mechanism for digital artists to create a one-off piece, or to say this is the original, and for you to actually own it and create, you know, choose a value. Then there's a market for how much that's worth, and it's up to you how much that's worth, whether you want to buy it or not. So I found this artist who was doing these things, and I thought she was really good, and it's Ellie Athira. Here she is. She's autistic, look. Autistic visual artist, studied visual arts and media. So what I liked was she's actually, you know, an actual artist, you would say, you know, studied visual arts and media, and her work is really interesting. I'm quite drawn to her work. I wonder if she's got a website here. She must have, mustn't she? I don't want crypto art. I don't want to buy necessarily a blockchain piece. What I want to do is I want to commission her. Like, this was the one that I was most drawn to, these two. I thought these were really good, like, as artworks. And like, we want emojis, so I don't know enough about all this shit, but can you make me some emojis? That would be nice. That's what I'd like to say to her. And how much would that cost? Because I don't want to pay you loads of money, but I want to support you as an artist. Like, something like that as one of them might be interesting. You can't see it because my face is in the way, but maybe if you thought about it yourself, like as an artist, you might come up with some ideas that I hadn't thought of. Emojis are there to express emotions, aren't they? People use them when they feel that they want to say something in chat that can be said in a picture. So something positive, something negative. I feel good, I feel bad, you know, these sort of things. And maybe, you know, some of this more pattern-based stuff I'm not so interested in, but the more expressive stuff I might be. So this was the first person that came to mind that out of all our dealings on the internet thus far as a stream, she's been talked about on one of our streams. She actually, I think she came into chat and said like hi and stuff as well. So maybe I just tweet her. I want to get this done, you see. Would you be interested in commission for creation of, what do we call them? We call them emotes. Twitch emotes. And then I'll put my Ganji kid there. We go. Tweet. And now I push that forward now. That's rolling. And now I'm worried that when she replies, I have to reply and like create replies to the conversation. I actually worry about that part. I'm like, oh my god, what if she sees that and replies, and then like I don't reply quick enough, and then she thinks I'm being rude, or like, because I don't open all my emails all the time, and maybe she thinks I should be emailing her instead of tweeting her. At least I pushed it forward. That's a good step. So maybe we get our emotes come soon. Right. Yeah. I don't know how that related to Hoot Out. Can't remember now. 10 more wishes, please, boss. Oh god. I'm gonna look. Because I'll tell you why I'm gonna look, is because I know it's Hoot Out. It's not gonna Chi-Chi me again. Ah! Oh, I got so Chi-Chi'd. I got ka-chinged. Oh my god. Oh my god. I got ka-chinged. Now there's pros and cons to this. We got it early enough. Ka-ching, ka-ching. We got it early enough, didn't we? We basically hit pity. It won't have it written here quick enough, but we did. What did we do? We did 2 10s and a 1. So we did 20 on 60, 75, 85 we hit. You know, it's dark, that was. Actually, it pushed us quite close to 90, which is the hardest pity you can get. So it's quite dark. It's not easy going now. It's an issue. But there is still hope. Right, first of all, we got a new constellation. We actually got Wet Boy as well. Got 2 in 1 there. So you can't say fairer than that. And I like these characters. I use them as my mains. So I am happy with this. Recasting Stellar Restoration while a lightning stiletto is present causes Kaching to deal 50% of her attack as AoE electro damage at the start point and terminus of her blink. I can't understand that, but it sounds good.
Well, your perspective is just...
Don't blink!
Was that it, was it?
Hey!
I don't know what she does. Anyway, she's cool. I've already got her. But now we've been Chi-Chi'd, basically. Oh, God. And I promised, I think 30... Oh, now we find out, don't we? 13.5 is what I've got. I could do them... do the calculator. We'll do the calculator. I'm worried now. Calculate... See you later, calculator. In a while, multiply. Oh, forget it. 13.5. How many have I got? Getting panicky. 13.532 is what I've got. 13.532. 13.5. 32. Divide that by 160 is the number of wishes we've got, yeah? That didn't work. I did add instead of divide. Minus 160. Divide it by the number of wishes. By the 84. Too long didn't read. You do explosion electro at the pointer. Oh, that would be good. And just pull. Yeah, okay. We've got 84. We've got this, yeah. What will happen is, if we get lucky, it's all about this 13k now, isn't it? If we get lucky, we hit it in the first half and we save some wishes for the next banner. If we don't, we run all the way to pity and it drains me completely. We just got to go for it, haven't we? It feels like, I mean, these are my 3 wishes that I've saved up, so I shouldn't, it's nothing, it's not money, but it's the jeopardy of the worry of not getting the next banner. It's created an anxiety in me. I don't even want to press the button really now. It's put me off wishing. I don't like it. I'm not like, yes, let's wish. I thought I was going to be, let's pound the wishes. It's time to spend them. I feel bad spending them. Here we go. Don't make me feel bad. Give me Hu Tao. No Hu Tao. We know she's confirmed in the next... What's that? Throw that in the bin. We know she's confirmed in the next... you know, if we hit pity, it will be Hu Tao, guaranteed. But it depends when we hit it. Not this time. There's 20. Don't they go quick? There's Bedu, Ningguang. Sorry, there's Ningguang. I'm getting my names wrong. Okay, I've got her already. She's on the constellation now. Let's go again. Here's 30. Oh, the calculator's on. Whoa, sorry. But at least I didn't get anything good. At least I didn't get anything good. What an idiot I am. There's my prize for being an idiot. Bedu.
If you ever want to trade
This is what you wanted. I'm going through them quick now. I'm pressing that button now. Oh, God. That was that? I forgot the lost count now. 30 or 40, wasn't it? 30. This will be 40, won't it? 40. Oh, they go quick. We need it to hit. It's not going to hit. It's not going to hit, is it? Wet Boy, Constellation coming. We're happy, but... are there any more of these in the shop? I've done my Stardust for the month. We can get these. Alright, okay, I can have all 6 of those, look. So that's just topped up my wishes again a little bit. So that's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Let's go again, another 10. It really needs to hit now to be in the right side of the 80. We're on the wrong side of the 80. We've got a book. We've got a book. The Widsith. Throw that in the bin. A book. I've seen that before. Barbara's got that. Fucking book. Now it's chiefing me. Now it's chiefing me. Oh my god. No! Stop doing it to me! All my wishes. It's going to be all the wishes, isn't it? And then we've got 20 days to grind for Dea, and like that is going to be an absolute mammoth task. I've not been grinding too hard over the last week. Oh my god. Oh my god. You want me to go to the funeral parlour? See, the thing is, it's going to happen whether I go there or not, isn't it? It's got to happen. But go on then. I'll try. I mean, it will fit. If it happens, you'll be like, "Oh, it's because we went there." But it's also because I just did 60 wishes. Oh god, I feel bad. Yeah, we're in the wrong place totally, though, aren't we? Green Lisa at the Academia is doing the wishes. Seems wrong. Let's bring her home. I even know where she lives. Hang on. Don't have to think about this. I actually know where it is. It's up here. I'm used to it. It's in my... Like, you know when you know where your mates live, you just walk there. You don't have to, like, use your sat-nav. Like, I'm used to it. Can you come out? Can you come out to play? Can Hu Tao come out to play, please? It's because we went to Pity. It's not because we went to the fucking funeral parlour. I didn't just waste 60 wishes stood outside the Academia when I should have been stood outside the funeral parlour. That's not what happened. There she is. Hu Tao came out. And a bonus wet boy as well. Look, we've got a wet boy. Hu Tao come home. There she is. Fucking hell. It doesn't feel good now, though. It does, like, I should feel like great about having Hu Tao, but now I feel like awful that I've spent all my wishes instead. Toodaloo. Toodaloo to my wishes. Fuck. Damn it. What about the shop? What have we got in the shop? More of those. Let's buy them now. Exchange. I mean, I can't get any more of those. So... Oh no. I've only got 10 pull left. And I'm going to need... $180 pulls. So... The next banner's in real jeopardy. There's a possibility we just get lucky, you know, the next wish. But they really drained me there. Can't even think about Yelan, can we? Can't even think about that. No sword, no spear. They've really drained me. Like, they drained me hard there. 6 freebies, we might as well leave them in the can. Wow. I remember when we first got
1, 2.
when we first got this little chuffer, Click, and they drained me on that as well, didn't they? Every last primo.
Where are you?
Fuck. Every last stinking primo.
Breathe. 3, 4.
It was a lot of fun while we were doing it, but now I feel cheated. Honestly, if I'm honest about it, I feel like a little bit cheated, because I thought riding me all the way to hard Pity twice, like, because remember the first one we were at 65 and we went to like 80, 85 for that first one that we failed. Like, that was hard.
Send
It's
one,
luck.
send them all.
Yeah, it's luck. It's luck, except they've got a computer program that makes the luck. And I tweeted them to say, can I please have the good luck? And they said, yeah, how many primos have you got? We'll take them. They know what they're doing. Because now they know that I really want Dea. If I want her, I have to spend money. They're not allowing me to free to play, you know, too hard, the chuffers. We'll see. I might get Dea. If I get Dea, it's all, you know, all fares in love and war. If I don't, Hu Tao always remembers me at the time that they cheated me out of my final primos. Drained every last primo from my body. Threw me off this balcony. What did she do there? She disappeared. She does disappearing.
Huh?
Her? She goes, her? Did you hear her just do her? Yeah! Forget it. I like... Yeah! She's my new favourite. Like, Ka-ching's noise is probably the best. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. Not that one. It'll be next. They're even cheating me on the noises now. Taking ages to roll the noises. Yeah! Yeah! Ha! We can do all our voice acting lines as well. Hu Tao, classic. Classic. You know what we've got to do now? Do you know what we've got to do now? Take her to C6. No, not on your Nelly. We've got to... Stop breathing on a ghosty. Got to give her a weapon. Which is a bit of an issue. It is actually an issue. I built this the other day. The Moon Piercer. Because I thought it might look good on... she can have the Star Glitter, maybe. The Star Glitter kind of suits her. It's the right colours for her uniform. Is it a uniform? For her clothes. Well, she stood like that on the wonk. She stood like that on the wonk, like a... Fair enough. That would look good in her hands. Would totally look good in her hands. But what then would Rosie have? And Rosie's been using that for so long. Dragonbane. This one, yeah. And it does look good, doesn't it? It absolutely looks right on her. It deals a little icicle damage, though, which is so rosy. Or this one, the Dragonbane. Hydro or Pyro. Oh, I see, yeah. Yeah. And again, it just looks right. It's leeway. It's got the dragons on it. It's got the... But it is hers. It is the Hot Chef's spear. See, because fashion-wise, I could handle that. Colours are still right with her clothes. It could glow red instead of yellow, but colours are still right with her clothes. And then the little chuffer, who's actually got that, could have the wood spear. Because she's holding that. But she could have that. That actually looks better on her. And that frees that up. At least I've got a free spear then. Let's have a look at... Okay, let's have a look at how this would work if you don't have your spear. That could work as well. The yellow on that. Same as her gloves. And she's actually less bright red than she is. Right, let's give her that for a while then. It's leveled up to 90, bear in mind. It's still a good attack spear. And Hu Tao. Where have you gone, love? Where are you, love? Oh, you're in my squad. Right. Weapons. Switch. Oh, and yeah. It's got to be, hasn't it, really? Ready-made. Already leveled up to 90. Bane of Flame and Water. Increases damage against Hydro. Pyro. She's a Pyro. Big base attack. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely live with that. It's whether the question is whether the Hot Chef will put up with it, because like she's been rocking that spear for a long time. She might, it's fine for having a change. She might enjoy having a change and running around with a different spear for a bit. I mean, she's got blue hair, so you can actually tolerate in some ways. Like that actually looks good with her, even though we've given it to chuffing what's his face. That the blue looks good with her as well. So she's got a lot of options. If we start juffling them around, she's got more options than most. Because even the yellow and the green on that looks good. She's got a little bit of green on this tassel here. Like, she actually works with quite a lot. She's less limited, I suppose. I'm just talking pure fashion, of course. So at the moment, she's not complaining. She's happy. And you've got to imagine that these are like people. Like... You know, like when you've got your collection of dolls and you like playing with them and they've all got characters. Like, in her life, like, I'm taking her spear off her and giving her a different spear. I'm in charge. I'm the super chuffer, aren't I? I'm the grave keeper. I'm the traveller. But I've popped in. Oh, what's up today? Yeah, I'm sorry. I just need to take your spear. That spear is a really good spear. Yeah, I know. I've got another really good spear for you. You're going to enjoy this. Oh, this is interesting. Let's have a play with it. And then a few weeks later, she might be like, have you got my spear, though? What happened to my spear? I'm like, it's not your spear anymore. It belongs to Hu Tao now. She'd be like, it belongs to Hu Tao, does it? Because I thought that was my spear. And then we're going to have a falling out. Do you know what I mean? We're going to have a falling out. I don't want it to be a falling out. What's more important than that? Level up. Who's got books? I've got books. Books for days.
Toodaloo.
Toodaloo. She's popping that ghosty. Let's use some of these little books. Not that many of them. Some of these blues.
Silly Joe,
Billy Joe, silly Billy, Hilly Joe. Okay, fair enough. I'm starting to get the vibe. That's fair enough. I'm happy now. I wasn't happy until I remembered now that she does that. So that's happied me. I was a bit worried about losing all the wishes, but at the bottom line... I got this ready, look. In celebration. We didn't get to use it in celebration of getting lucky, but... So, that's good. That's new. What's been shown on my...
Churl, Billy Churl, silly Billy, Hilly Churl. Ooh.
Paper. Green screen paper is moved. Forget it. But yeah, we got that. That's a celebration thing that I didn't make much of it. It's gone now. Right, let's go level up.
Toodaloo.
What am I even pressing this one for? I want to go to 17, 18, 19, like that, and then the last bit with the yellow, with the blue books.
Churl,
Like that.
Billy Churl, silly Billy, Hilly Churl.
Right, good. Don't do it too much, because it'll start to annoy me. Right, here we go. Ascensions. I've got all this stuff. Look, I've got 172 of those, so I hope that's enough. I've got 106 of that. Loads of this. Let's go.
Yeah.
Level up. Should be good on this. Loads of books.
Silly Churl,
Doing
Billy
the dilly churl. Silly Billy Hilly churl. Again.
Ooh.
And actually, I don't know if I'm in sync with the singing. If my voice wasn't perfectly in sync with hers, then let me know, because I adjusted the sync for the desktop audio by accident this week when I was doing something, because I noticed my speaking and the YouTube video was slightly out of sync. Like if I tried to sing along to something or clap along to it, I was out of sync.
Toodaloo.
It's on sync pretty much. Okay. Right, there we go. And there's another ascent. Look at that. I've got 66 of those, so let's hope I don't need any more than that.
Billy Churl, silly Billy, Hilly Churl.
Stop. She's going to have to stop singing that damn song. If she keeps singing that song...
Yeah, this is good.
This is good, yeah. Level up. Keep going. I don't know, maybe I'll run out of books before I run out of anything else. 9, 10 max.
Silly
Churl. I'm going to run out of Mora, aren't I? I'll tell you what, I'll run out of Mora.
Silly Billy, Hilly Churl. Ooh.
I don't think I saved like 1 million Mora. Let's see how far we go. I'm going to run out of Mora. Oh, you chuffer. I'll have to go and do some fuffing around for Mora. Will she become squad worthy? Or will I run out of Mora? It'll be the Mora.
Toodaloo.
60. This is the fastest I've ever taken a character up to. Okay, I need red chunks.
Billy Churl, silly Billy Hill.
Look at her. Fastest I've ever taken a character. Yeah. Have a bit of that, whatever it is. Everything's on fire. So it's probably quite good. Yeah. They haven't seen her running around Leeway that often, have they? They should have done, because she lives here, but now she's out. Now she's come out to play. So everyone watch out, including you by the fish pond. You, especially you by the fish pond, if anything. And you, Shitu. Burn your... Burn it down! Burn this down! The jade... Burn it! Yeah! Get rid of it! Hu Tao's out now, so... Get rid of it. What was I supposed to be doing? I wanted some of these, 3 of these. 1, 2, 3. Craft. Wait, cancel. Is there anyone that can get me any bonuses? No, never. Okay, craft. Just the 3. I might as well craft everything up to red as well, isn't it, after that? Because I'm going to need the rest in red now. I was only saving them for her, maybe. Big reds next, but...
Silly Churl, Billy Churl, silly Billy Hill.
No, what? What haven't I got? Shimmering Nectar and Mora. Okay. Shimmering Nectar. Again, this will just be an easy craft, though. Shimmering Nectar. I've got 88 of those, so that'll be fine. I don't know how many I need. 88 crafted divided by 3 makes more look more. And then I've got... How many of those have I got? 1. I'll probably need to craft some of those as well, but... Insufficient Mora, but now I've got all the stuff. And that will take us up to 70, which is getting squad worthy, so let's go and get some Mora. Keep her in the squad, what the hey? It doesn't matter, does it? She's not going to get us all killed. I doubt. And I can even crack fragile resin today and do a bit of resin grind, can't I? If I need to. So we'll get the Mora, no problem. She's going to be top... Whoa. Gonna need to change her wing glider there. She's gonna be top bins in no time. Leeway wing glider. Makes sense, doesn't it? There's no red ones. Yeah, go on. Wee, much better. You have extra more and books on the oh, the teapot. Good point. Although I did go in there yesterday, so I might have. I'm getting distracted. Do you know why I'm getting distracted now? Because of these. I don't need these anymore. Yeah. But they're valuable. Those violet grass. Oh, it's raining.
What a bummer.
What a bummer. She said, "What a bummer."
Yeah.
I didn't know she said that. Bonus. Frozen's.
Nowhere to hide.
Dead chuffers. Let's have a bit of this, look. Take one. This is your first kill. Doing very little damage. I haven't even put the artifacts on her. Oof. She can get us all killed.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow. Blink.
Careful so she can get us all killed. Blink. Yeah. There she goes. There's that thing.
Witness the power. Incoming.
I need to learn what she does, because I can't just call it that thing.
Nowhere to hide. Speed of light. Hey.
Do that thing. There you go. That thing.
Don't blink.
Don't blink.
Rain outlines your
First kill. Take your photo. Oh, I wasn't on camera. Should be on the camera. First kill. When she kills people, she can give them a little ticket for the funeral parlour as well. She can just leave it on their corpse. Just leave it on their corpse.
I never imagined that I, Hu Tao, could ever be like this. Energy like a rushing torrent, a heart soaring like a gliding eagle. I feel great.
She's got a bit of the officials about her.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy Hilly.
Brianna Knickerbocker. Brianna Knickerbocker. I'm not going to do the full whack now. I just wanted to hear some of these. They're all new, look, obviously. All new.
Wanna come over for tea?
Short line.
1 client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
Dead people.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon's out, bathe in moonlight.
I need to start doing this. I should start rotating my tip noise. I should have a tip noise, which I think we do. The tip me at coffee.com/Ganji. I think it plays a little whoosh and then whoosh from Paimon. But I should make more of a thing of it. And now we've got loads of cool story lines, and I should start just working these in, shouldn't I? Need a way of easy clipping them. Yeah. Talents and artifacts. This is a way to spend your Mora, isn't it? I'm just looking at this thinking, the thing that I probably haven't got enough of is Mora. And it's also using the same materials as I used to level up the character as well. Run out of Mora. Yeah, again, chuffer. Let's have a look at the artifacts. I wonder if I'm using a set built for a fire person, or if I'm using just like, you know, I've got shed loads of these, haven't I? Bards and gladiators. And what I could do is I could shovel off, like, what's Klee using? Klee's using Royal Plume. I could shove off, like, someone's got really good set, for example, like everything here is 20. So I could just give all that to Hu Tao and then start building my Kaching with like a proper set. Because these are just like whatever was good at the time, reasonable. Attack. I'm looking for attack and crit rate on everything, aren't I? And these, they're not all perfect. This one's got defense on it, but it's the best, and HP it's got on it, but they're the best I had out of a bunch. Probably, that one's really good, but it's physical damage bonus, but crit, attack. You know, I could just hand all those over to her now, and then we've got a really solid Hu Tao, and we start rebuilding out of whatever's, because now we've got more to choose from out of whatever's now new and good, aren't they? So I've got choices on how to do that, or I could just give her what I'm tempted to do is just give her a filler set. Just like hand over some of these, just, you know, put some artifacts on her, and out of this lot that I've got loads of. And then the problem is that I'll never change them then. I'll do it and then they'll just like stay there forever. She's a bit more tricky because you want EM and HP in the mix. Well, that's probably a good idea to send these over, some of these then, because some of these have actually just got it by mistake. That one's got energy recharge on it. Actually, they're not so balanced in that way, are they? These are more attack. What I would quite like to do is, as I've done with Nahida, is go to the domain, farm some of the artifacts, give her a choice of some good specific ones, and say like I built her, rather than just giving her some randoms. If she's going to run around with us, though, we need to give her something to hold on to, just so that she's got something on her head. Increases charged attack damage if you use a catalyst or a bow. That's useless, isn't it? Claymore or polearm. She's a polearm, so it'd just be the gladiator stuff, wouldn't it? That we've got loads of. And what did you say? EM and HP. HP attack, energy recharge. That one, yeah. That one's going on ahead. Flower, defense HP, defense EM, no. Energy recharge, crit rate HP, that one. HP elemental mastery, crit rate HP, attack. What am I looking at here? Lisa's got that. No. Defense 8, no. HP elemental energy attack. Yeah. I don't have to think too much because I've filtered it by put the good ones at the top, haven't I? So I should just go with these and just trust that they're good. That's elemental as a top. Like these are all like you can have an attack or a thing. These have got elemental as the top thing as well. So that's probably quite good. Maybe now, if I build up towards elemental mastery, and if I don't like it as much, I can start to say, oh, okay, let's swap one of these out for more defense or attack or whatever. I think that's probably a good way to go. And this one's got everything I like on it as well. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. We're not going to spend loads of money, loads of Mora. See, it's brought a purple one up at the top there. Because the purple one's the only one that I've got with Elemental Mastery as the top liner. That's interesting. Oh, my cups are not as good here. I suppose you could have Pyro Damage Cup, right? I could give her any cup, like, from anywhere. Right, yeah. I get it. She already got a hat on. Alright, so I'm just looking for a cup that does pyro damage. With HP crit defense. With attack defense crit rate. I like that one. Energy, HP defense. This one's been locked, but it's not been given to anyone. It's got HP attack and crit rate on it. They're all good numbers as well for, aren't they? HP. So it was that one, attack, defense, crit rate, or that one, which matches the set. But it doesn't matter, it matches the set. I think yeah, that one. Or that one. The string kettle. I feel like it's less useful to be ranking up a random string kettle than a more complete set. Even if I might not even enhance them. We won't spend them more on that first, because it's probably better to spend them more on ranking up the character first, and then a circlet with a probability of crit and your golden circlet. She's wearing that hat. Elemental Mastery, HP, Attack, Energy, Recharge. A circlet with a probability of crit. I'll tell you what actually is an issue to me is I haven't been paying attention to the circlets at all. In fact, I even dusted some by mistake when I pressed the button, you know, when I was like affected by Electro. If we're fighting, if I'm Pyro, I'm fighting against something that's Cryo or it's Electro maybe. I suppose I should be switching these on and off as I go to different bosses as well. It's an extra layer of confusion for me I'm not going to bother with at the moment, but yeah.
Lightning! Let's vault!
The 4 stars aren't worth the time. Lightning, and let's vault. So you're doing quite well now, Hu Tao. Let me just have a little look at you again. You're level 60 of 70. Your attack is nearing... We want what do we want? Like 1,000 plus for attack, don't we? So... but you're saying Elemental Mastery is also important, and next to, like, Kaching, who's got 0 Elemental Mastery for some reason. I built her with none Elemental Mastery. Chinqui's got 47. She's got 323. So to me, that's quite a big number. She's got 200. Kipper's got 40. 101 for Klee. That's quite a big... I've not built someone that high on the Elemental Mastery front thus far, so let's see that in action. That'll be good. And then what we're trying to do, earn more Mora to take her up to 70. So Mora it is then. I could even go back to... Like, it should be easier and quicker to do it over here, shouldn't it? It's the same amount of Mora. Just don't go back to Mondstadt.
Huh?
Huh? You're gonna have to listen to me doing. Huh? You're gonna have to. Huh? 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 I'm not gonna be able to do my talking. I'm gonna be like going. Huh? 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 All the time. She's doing it all the time. She's not calming down on that. Huh? Okay, these enemies don't care about me being on fire. So, they don't care about electric either, do they, really?
Cut to the chase.
Where are they? There's one.
Incoming.
Immune to Hu Tao.
Sacred name. Fortune preserver. Prize.
Once I built her up a bit, we need to take her out for a spin as well, don't we?
Rain outlines your
See if there's anyone that wants to get their head kicked in.
Rain cutter.
Oh, I should do my... Can I do it in combat? I wonder. I've got a constellation for you, Chuffer. If I had more... If I had done lucky... If I had done lucky, yeah, then... I mean, I'm happy with the constellations, yeah, I'm happy. That's good. Oh, that's actually quite lucky, actually. Okay, fair enough. I was going to say, if we'd not spent all those wishes, then I could have done a couple more and maybe pushed for the constellation here. You know, a C6 character of any description for a free-to-play player is quite an achievement, I think. And I could push for that now. I could run my last 10 pull and just see if we get him again. But I'm not prepared to do that. But if we'd have saved, like, let's say we'd have saved 80 wishes, I could have run another 10 pull or two. I've got good base artifacts there. I hope they roll well, yeah. If they don't roll so well, we'll just call them the basic set for her. Like, what I'd quite like to do is still, just, like that fashion thing, that collectible thing, there's something about it. It's nice that she's got green artifacts that match her character. Like, they're clearly the right artifacts for her, aren't they? And in collecting those, I ended up picking up a set for her that was quite interesting. Might not be her perfect set, like it's wrong colours and but it's actually quite interesting on her. I'm happy with it. I don't know why the hydro bonus is on a red set, but anyway, he's got his own set, hasn't he, that we chose for him, even though he's a Liu Wei character and they're Inazuman pieces with a purple. At least they're a set, and like, I went out and farmed them for him. Like, quite happy with that. So at the moment, we'll say she's got the basic set from what we've already got, and then we can choose a domain, we can choose a set, and we can farm it, and we can add, you know, we can change her set. And then once we've done that, these ones that we will roll will improve. They can then get handed off to someone else, can't they? Because we've got loads of characters now waiting in the wings, so they'll be useful for someone else in the future.
Don't blink. Hey! Cross over!
It's not as impressive, actually. That was her little, maybe it's because I was in a little corner, but it didn't, like, fill the screen as much as some of the other animations have. She's an earlier character, isn't she? So I would imagine that they got more snazzy with the animations. Her special there didn't do, like, loads of close-up to her face filling the screen. Maybe it's because I was just trapped in a little corner. Sometimes they don't pop. I need to resin up. There is a limit on how much condensing I can do in a day, isn't there? It's a shame you can't sell things to the shops, because I've got loads of apples. Most of the stats are useful, whatever side they land. Yeah, that's a good point, yeah. With that basic set as well, I won't be worried about which, like, I'll be a bit more, usually I would be cross if it didn't hit attack, but I'll be open-minded and just let the chips fall where they may on that. You'll probably tell me that my artifacts inventory is filled after this thing here now anyway. This is 2 Whopper flowers, isn't it? 2 fire Whopper flowers.
No, my sword.
Speed of light. With sword comes shadow.
Maybe I should have gone somewhere where I could use more Hu Tao.
Hey! Life goes on.
And then we've got to organise our squad with Hu Tao. Like, actually, I should have Nahida in as well, shouldn't I? And Yao Yao beans. So it would look like we're going for a burgeon. There's the Whopper Flowers. Two of them.
Wheel of life. Don't blink.
I know Mondstadt now.
Cut to the chase. Incoming.
Rain
Might
outlines
as well
your
use a
fate.
special.
Higher.
That was better. Got more of a big
Speed
picture
of
of her
light.
face.
Hey. Life goes on. Incoming.
My Kaching's more powerful now as well, isn't she? Because we hit a constellation, so that's really good. Kaching. Like, really, I understated it. Well, I was a little disappointed we spent all our primos, but in spending all our primos, I've quite improved my squad. Like, I think I'm being ungrateful in a way, because I actually got Bedu, new, cool, added to my Ningguang. My Wet Boy's nearly like solid C6, and I've got Hu Tao. Yeah, I spent all my primos, but I got all the stuff as well, didn't I? So like, that's pretty good, really. And I'm free to play, and I've still got a few primos in the bank. And today we're building Hu Tao and playing Hu Tao, but as of tomorrow, we're back on that grind, because there's every chance that even if the next
Don't blink.
even if the next banner is one we want to roll on, we might be able to at least get to the first pity. You know, we might not be able to do 180, but we might stand a chance of standing a chance. You know. Yep, free to play. You focus on a character and you just snipe that banner. But it would be nice if we could snipe. Like, if the next banner is Deer, I'm going to be like, oh god, I haven't had time to save up for her, because then the next banner after that, I'll have loads of primos and I won't want the banner. Be like, you just put them in the wrong order there. Do you know what I mean? The banner after that, it'll be like some chuffer. They'll probably just do a special Fatui banner, and then you'll look at it and be like, I don't want any of the Fatui. No fucking Fatui. They should start putting the Fatui in. I'm actually surprised they haven't. Like, Child's one of the Fatui, isn't he? So you can get him. But wouldn't it be interesting just as, like, you know how in the card game you can get the Fatui? They're in there as character models. Maybe they wouldn't be the best gameplay, you know, characters to play as. You know, maybe they'd be a bit rubbish, but you could have a quick Fatui banner. Like, Child is the main thing, and then Harbinger, Sin Mage, and Crystal Prism, Dismal Prism. Put them in it. Just, you know, simple thing, isn't it? Random extra characters that you don't really want to play as all the time, but might be fun for a little bash. Then they could even put La Signora and people like that in it. The big chuffers. Because you have got some baddies in it that you can play as. They're just clever to work it around so that, like, Child's actually your mate, even though he's a baddie. And then they've cleverly worked it around so that the Wanderer is actually your mate, even though he's a baddie. But you can be as some baddies. I bet they thought about it and they just decided, no Fatui, you can't be the Fatui. Don't be stupid. There's a hilly child up on that hill there. What are you doing up there? Silly Cho, hilly Cho, silly Billy, hilly Cho. Ah! Someone else shot me then. You chuffer.
Speed of light.
No, my sword!
Just killing Healy Chills, mate. Just killing Healy Chills. And what my killing Healy Chills for is to level up my character. So
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl.
still doing that song, are you? That's not going to get old quick. And there's that, and one more of those. 70. So that's squad level. Like, you can actually go in the squad. We need 6 chunks. Okay. Back to the table. I can see myself either transmuting some gems here or needing to go on a little quick grind for some gems. Because I've got to guess that we're going to not have 6 chunks. Is it 6? 6 is a lot of chunks, isn't it? 7 I could make. If I had the Mora! If only I had the Mora! Is there anything in my bag that I can redeem quick? Nope. I've got 10 of those. And of course the teapot as well, isn't there? Yeah, also, you're right, Deer might come round again, mightn't she? Like, you know, might not get her this time, but... I don't want every... The thing is, I don't want every character. I'm not being greedy. You know, I let other people go by, but Deer's one that I actually want, so it'd be a shame to put 2 of them back to back like that. I think they've got enough variety in the characters that they could make the banners change between people that, you know... a variety of people like that, so that I forgot what I'm doing now. I'm looking for chunks. 7, 6, mate, and then it'll be red stones next, won't it? Big reds. Let's just check my transmutables. I haven't got any. I don't think you're allowed. Am I not allowed to transmute big ones? Oh, I haven't got any to transmute. Maybe. Although I must have loads of bits of stone kicking around of all these different varieties. So I think it's possible that I could transmute a few. Maybe. What's that? Dust of Azoth. And what's that? Dust of Azoth, 2-star. It's the same dust, yeah? So I should actually build them into big stones and then transmute them. So I might be able to pull a few out the bag there if I need to. But I don't like to do that. I like to just save up all the stones. Like, because then I'm going to come to a different character and be like, no, I don't have stones for them. Ascender, I don't even know her. Well, I do know her, but I don't have the Mora. We can get Mora. More of this, more of that. Ha! 3 condensed, okay. I feel like I'm just picking off the easy ones here, but I want it to be quick. Maybe I should go for the more... Like, every area's got their own ley lines, and the ley lines are obviously stronger and more interesting in different areas. In Mondstadt, it's a bit more basic, but it's the same money. So, in terms of primos per hour, unless I want the materials that you get, and I do want the whopper flowers here as well, don't I? So, it's the little ghost. She's got the ghost by the tail.
Toodaloo.
Toodaloo. That was my best impression of her there. And yeah, you're right, whopper flower, that's the right ley lines for me. We're getting... Everything's coming together nicely. It's almost like it was meant to be. And to be honest, I don't mind in another way. I remember saying this at the start.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon's out, bathe in moonlight.
You know, I should just take the rough with the smooth and take the joy in the... You know, I'm enjoying this. I've got my Hu Tao. I'm free to play. If the next banner comes around, I miss it. Well, you know, I'm enjoying this. I've got my Hu Tao. I'm free to play. Yeah. Should just live like that. Happy. She disappears and stuff. She's cool. She's got the coat, she's got the hair. I haven't done the full fashion show lowdown from the high ground yet, but like she's definitely cool. I'm glad that we've got her. I'm going the wrong way for that. That's my sense of direction in a nutshell. Look at her running at you. She's coming for you. She's running at you. Run! Okay, she stopped running. And she spotted there some hilly churls. She spotted some hilly churls. She don't like hilly churls, does she? Gee! Definitely not. Not a big fan of hilly
Rain
churls.
outlines your...
But these two now, Wet Boy and Kaching with their new constellations, they're like... Destroyer. Now I am Death.
Time to go.
Destroyer of worlds.
Witness the power.
Incoming.
Like, they absolutely melt people. So if I want to go Primo's Prower, I should keep them on. But I do want to see a slightly different squad.
Ta-da! Clee's here.
I've been waiting for you for ages. Oh, lead the way. Follow me.
Whether I need another element there, whether I should go... No, maybe I do keep Wet Boy.
Chivalry will never die.
Put Hu Tao in the DPS slot like that. I tend to... This is my lineup is like... well, you might call it support. Like I call it like Radiant Effect. Like get something on the go, get the Rain Cutters going, and then switch. Nahida obviously has a similar Radiant Effect. Get them tagged up green, and then you go in, don't you, with your DPS. It was Electro creating that Hydro Hyper Bloom or whatever. Maybe this could be Burgeon. You miss Shenhe because of a hold for Yai Miko. You'd like to have Yelan, but you're skipping to get Daya. Yelan will come eventually in a moment. I don't want anyone else. See, that's it, isn't it? Like, I would have found that quite difficult as well. Like, all of those characters are on my list. And I've let some of them go by that are on my list, like Coco Goat. So there is that. But there's a separate element of the list. Like, Hu Tao and Daya are both in that upper echelon for me. There's like a top of the list, and they're both up in that top echelon. They're cool characters. Everything about them is cool. Like the characters, but also the weapons, the fact that they're damage characters. There's a lot of yeah, everything about them is cool. I'm assuming Hu Tao is damage deals.
Something on your mind?
I'm assuming that about her. What I want to know is what she does, isn't it? I want to know about what she does. So, she hits people with the spear, that makes sense. Only an unwavering flame can cleanse the impurities of this world. Hu Tao consumes a set portion of her HP to knock the surrounding enemies back and enter the Parameter Papillo stage. Butterfly. Okay, yeah, Butterfly. It's a butterfly, isn't it? Papillo, yeah. Increases Hu Tao's attack based on her max HP at the time of entering this state. Attack bonus gained this way cannot exceed 400%. Confusing. Converts attack damage to pyro damage, which cannot be overridden by any other elemental infusion. Confusing. Charged attacks apply the Blood Blossom effects. Increases Hu Tao's resistance to interruption. She's got more poise. She's a main DPS dealer. Perfect. The less attack she has, the more damage she does. What? Oh, the less, sorry. Okay, no worries. That threw me then. I was going to be like, I'm not building an attack character with no attack. There's no way I'm doing that. Even if it was a concept, I wouldn't do it. I couldn't keep from pressing the attack button. The less HP. So she's like, what she is she's Enrage Warrior, isn't she? She's like Frenzy. There's like that concept in many other games where like if you're damaged, you deal more attack. Like they have it in Dark Souls as well, don't they? And it can be used as an almost as a what's the word I'm looking for? An exploit. It's almost as an exploit to a certain point. Like in Dark Souls, when you watch the speedruns, they've got no clothes on and they damage themselves down to like last hit. And you think, what are you doing that for? That surely it's making it harder. But then you can ace enemies in one hit. So what I'm looking to do is give her huge HP. Because I don't have to worry about her getting damaged. She's going to do the damage to herself when I press this button. consumes a set portion of her HP. A set portion. What's a set portion? Is it a percentage or is it just a number? Because if you've got a huge HP and it's just a number, then you don't notice it's gone. But maybe it's percentage that affects the percentage of damage. I'd need to know more, but I don't really feel like I want to work it out. But okay, activation cost 30%. Attack increase 4%. Okay, I can work with that. And then we can take more damage in a fight as well, can't we? Interesting. So she's going to be a little bit vulnerable as well. But I'm not going to be so tempted to heal her all the time, am I? Because you want her just teetering around that brink. Interesting. What does the Spirit Soother do? Commands a blazing spirit to attack, dealing pyro damage in a large AoE. Upon striking the enemy, it regenerates her maximum HP. And it can be triggered 5 times based on the number of enemies hit. If her HP is below or equal to 50% when the enemy's hit, both the damage and HP regeneration increase. Like, so it's good that she's hurty. It's good that she's hurt. Protect her with shields, like Tom Morello. That's a good idea. Yeah. So she's still got defense, but she hasn't got HP. But her Spirit Soother is going to heal her. Regenerates a percentage of her maximum HP. HP generation 7%. Not loads, but that's going to go against. It's like a balance, isn't it? It's like teetering on a balance. Her burst is a massive nuke and a rescue button. Right. Things are going wrong. Time to hit the burst. Reset back to full HP and go again. It's out of all the characters that I've played with, and I've played with a few now, it's probably the most interesting options for a playstyle. And like Asmongold, oh man, Asmongold. Like your playthrough is heavily affected by which characters you get in what order. I knew this at the start of the game. Like I totally knew this at the start of the game, but for me, getting Wet Boy has led to my choosing getting Wet Boy and then Rosie. I got Wet Boy and Rosie, and it led to me having an approach where I was freezing a lot of my opponents, and I wanted to deal as much damage as possible, but as long as I could freeze them consistently, I can win, because you can't hit me. So then I was getting into a point where I was hitting some boss fights and wars of attrition, some fights where freezing wasn't working, and somewhere, like the Oceanid, was taking too long, so it would kill me, because it wouldn't let me just grind it down. And I had to start adding DPS to my setup, you know, a bit more damage. I had to go a bit more hard with the damage. But initially I was a wet, freezy sort of lineup. Of course, Gravekipper got different skills along the way and added to our team. We've got the Dendro recently. That's massively changed things, hasn't it? But Kaching, I got midway through the playthrough, and then she entered the squad reasonably later and has become like a big player, massive player for me. But there's a lot of these here that I've got a lot of options that I haven't explored yet. I really have now got a lot of options that I haven't explored yet fully. So there's all that still to do, but it's really interesting that, like, I'm worried about like, I want Asmongold to have a good time when he plays this. Like, I want him to think it's a good game. Honestly now, I'm emotionally invested into Genshin Impact enough to say I think it's a good game. I enjoy it. And I'd like it if other people, like peers on the internet, is Asmongold my peer? Probably not. I'm probably not in his ballpark. But other people on the internet, I would like them to say, yeah, I played that and enjoyed it as well, because I respect their opinions, and it'd be nice if they saw the good in it, if that makes sense. I don't know if there's self-validation there, or just I want it to succeed and be good. But I think it massively, like if Asmongold picks up Genshin Impact, he's going to get Noelle. He's going to be happy with that. This banner would be great for him. He would get a wet sword character, which he wouldn't want to lean on that much, but it's like a good, viable team member. He'd also pick up a big Claymore chuffer, who looks really cool and does electro damage. And then you could also, like, if Asmongold had been able to roll on Hu Tao, like, that's Asmongold. It's Diluc, maybe, because I haven't got Diluc. Maybe I'd be saying this about Diluc, but I'm looking at a sort of anime gacha version of a warrior from other, like, all that we said about damage and all that, you know, the self-damaging warrior, like. He's not. This banner's going to have gone when he starts playing, and he's going to not get to play as Hu Tao. Maybe that'll colour his. You know, let's say that Asmongold gets Chong Yun in his first. Oh, that's a big sword, so I suppose. Okay, let's say he gets. Let's say he gets her in his first pull or whatever. You know, he's not going to be as happy, is he? He's not going to enjoy the game as much, firing his bow, as he would if he was chopping up with his big claymore.
Let's work through it together. 2 heads are better than 1.
And also, I have got new characters now, so
Come with me.
come with me. We are going to want to run around and play a bit of these chuffers. Look, that's just holding it. She doesn't spin around like the others. She does that, which is brilliant. Much more interesting and like. Balance, the poise, it's really cool. Very happy with that. Yeah. She doesn't say yeah. I said yeah. She didn't say yeah. She goes yeah. She does a shield thing. I'm guessing that is like a block. A bit like what's her face? A bit like Candace. Yeah. But I like that pirouetting style. Like you can really tell the weight of the sword in her hands. She's got a cool sword that we've been holding on to until we got someone that could hold it. I'm pretty happy with that as well. That's all pretty cool. You can see him wanting to play someone like Ito. Oh, he doesn't like playing female characters. You are right. You are right. You'd hope you'd be open-minded enough to jump and experience the game, yeah. One of my problems when I first started as well was that I wanted to be... Like, most games, you create a character, don't you? You create your own avatar. And I didn't want to be... Like, if I was going to be one character even, then I didn't want to have to keep changing them. I thought, like, why am I... I wanted to be the character I'd create and run around in this world. And if I couldn't do that, I'd be Link, like in Breath of the Wild, and I'll be Link, and that'll be that. And like then all of a sudden I'm Amber, and I'm someone else, But you quickly get used to it and settle into it. It actually becomes normalised quite easily. Yeah, it's the one feature of the game that before I played it, actually, it's one of the features of the game that before I played it I was reticent about. But having just settled into it, I now no longer notice. Or it doesn't bother me. In fact, it's a positive in a way. It's a boon because, you know, like getting a new character and having them is fun now. They even did that thing more recently where you get the characters in the game for playing the game, which I think is brilliant. Like that's the most important thing that they miss on World of Warcraft with the shop and, you know, the subscription bonus or whatever. Oh, hello.
No, my sword!
Back at ya!
They've all fallen off. She's obviously not even ranked up, so she's not going to be able to hurt them, but... Just want to kill these silly Billy Hilly churls. Chuffing, eh? She goes fast as well, though. I was just going to stand here and have a poignant moment talking about games instead of going mash up some Hilly churls. This one's here again. Don't act surprised. Don't act surprised. You know what's going on. You're a silly bitty hilly child. The God of Wisdom is going to destroy you. It's going to explode you like a microwave. There you go. So I don't even need to heal her up. She's good when she's got no health. Wrong one. I've forgotten what I was going to be saying now. I was going to walk up here and have a point. Oh yeah, the shop and stuff. If something's in the game and you want it and you're playing the game, you should be able to achieve it by playing the game. That should be like the main thing. Like the best sword should be the end of a quest, you get it. Like the Genshin Impact fails on this a little bit in that the events, you trade in your tickets and you get your stuff. But quite often, like, Dragonspine was excellent because we made our own weapon by achieving it. I had a little look actually the other, and
Silly
Churl, yeah, Silly Churl, Hilly Churl. In my bag now of weaponry, I've actually got a lot of these green things because it turned out I had done the quests. I just need to go and talk to that Aranara Chuffer, so I made a few more green swords. So it's nice you get your weaponry from the area. That is actually really good. Good shout, well done. I would kind of like it more instead of getting a instruction leaflet and then going to the blacksmith. If at the end of a a weapon drop or a character drop at the end of a quest. And like, if you did a quest that involved the character, like when you do the Li Wei Qixing stuff, it would be nice if at the end of the Li Wei Qixing quest, Ningguang said, I'd like to join you on a few travels. I've got a bit of free time. How can I hook up with the squad? And Traveller was like, yeah, you know what? You can join our squad. That sounds awesome. A-team assemble. And then you invite Ningguang and she is part of you. That would be nice if it was part of the game a bit more. But having things that you want achievable in the game is huge. Like that's what games are almost in some ways. Crafted weapons are almost as useful as gacha ones, or as useful as gacha ones. Yeah, that would be good, or it is good because these ones are. Yeah, I think. Like this thing, I got that umbrella sword through an event, but it didn't happen when I beat a boss. It's just I earned enough tickets and I traded them in. So I think that it should just be there's just a little tweaking there you can do, which is as you complete a boss or a quest, you get a thing. And like I said, character based.
Churl, Billy Churl, silly Billy, hilly Churl. Ooh.
When they do a good job of it, you do get Lisa and you get Amber and you get others. So they do a good job of it.
One client, two clients, three clients.
3 clients. What am I even doing? Am I going over here to get some more, or is that what I'm doing? Are you waiting on an ascension? Yeah, I need Mora for an ascension. Mora for an ascension. You can look up her skirt because she's not wearing a skirt. She's got shorts on, so you can look up that. It's just some shorts. She quieted down then. I was running with her then. She didn't do anything. It's more deep. Oh, you can have it.
Higher, higher, hands up higher.
Like that. You can have it. She's gonna die. She's gonna die.
Rain outlines your
Don't push her that far. Oh, I haven't got my healer on. I've got this chuffer.
rain cutter.
Okay, everyone's gonna have to get it.
Make yourselves at home. Yeah. Grow.
Big style.
Yeah.
Ja!
See? I don't remember.
I got killed for the first time.
No, my sword.
No, I don't want that. I want to change to my healer.
Commit it to memory. Earlier, this might hurt a little.
What's happening here? Do I need someone else on the squad?
Crew,
She's dead. Right, can I do it? Just do it with 2 then. Might take a bit longer, but... Get your rain cutters on, you chuffer. You've got some really good new rain cutters.
Time to act.
Show me rain cutters.
Let me weave you a verse.
There you go. Rain cut
Commit
that,
it to
you
memory.
chuffer. God sorted it out. I like one of my favourite things about the game is being able to play as the Archons. Actually, I didn't realise because before I got the characters, I didn't have any affinity to the Archons, but I do love it. Like the idea that I'm God. Obviously, God won that fight for us because she's God. Well, a God. Well, it's a bit more powerful than just a chuffer that likes books, isn't she? Chuffer that likes books. One of the wealthy book lover family. God. So, am I going to play Hogwarts Legacy? Am I going to play it? No. And there's two reasons. One is that I don't like J.K. Honestly, as well. Honestly, I don't like J.K. Rowling. And I don't really feel like giving her any of my money. But it's not because she hates trans people, which I don't think is a good look. I don't see why you have to go on Twitter slagging off trans people when you're that rich. Like, do you have to have an iron in that fire? Is it that important to you? Like, couldn't you just go off and spend your money and enjoy yourself and do nice things for people? Do you have to start, like... Anyway, there's that. But really, it's that I feel that Harry Potter was an amalgamation of other stories from my childhood, like The Worst Witch. You can have this now. You can have a bit of this. I'll do this. I like it. Let's open that. Fuck yeah. And we'll turn off the fuck yeah. So we're just left with the Firefox calculator. The Worst Witch. It's like a whole thing, The Worst Witch, isn't it? Videos. YouTube. The Worst Witch. I mean, they've modernised it now, I think, have they? It was not, no, they haven't. This was what it was when I was a kid. Look, this was Harry Potter. Bear in mind, like, it's not Harry, but this is Harry Potter, isn't it? Is this Harry Potter or not?
I think I should add to Miss Cackle's inspirational remarks that girls must remember the importance of punctuality.
They're at school. They're witches. They've got broomsticks.
Get into line. Everyone else inside.
They were doing the magic spells, magic wands. They fly on the broomsticks. It's not as well produced as what you might see on the Harry Potter films because this was for a BBC TV show for kids, so they didn't have the budget. But the concept is straightforward, isn't it? It's a witch school set in England in a Victorian sort of dormitory. You know, like, there's a lot of ideas there. Oh, this is a fan film. This is a fan film. Fan brand. Reimagining of the books. Fair enough. Fair enough. That's the books then. That's what the books would look like. How am I tripping? Like, okay, wait. Let's do it on BBC. BBC, The Worst. It was on when I was a kid. What's going on? How do you know about it as well? You don't remember CBBC? Maybe it was. Maybe you were old. Oh, CBBC there, but I'm not remembering it in, like, you know, I'm a kid. Like, I'm remembering it in the 80s, 1986 remastered. That's got to be acceptable, hasn't it? 1986 remastered. Not this. This is an advert for fucking crisps or some shit. This is it. This is it. Finally, I'm glad you pulled me up on that because I would have looked like a right. I am an idiot. Did look like an idiot. I'm an idiot. But interesting they did that, and how you knew, I've got no idea because I thought this was quite random. But the thing is, right?
Good morning, Miss Hartroom. Lovely morning. We've come home just in the nick of time. Did you see him? The barely witches at
Witch school. Okay, so we've got they've even got two different teams, like Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. So the whole concept is there, right? That's everything that you need for Harry Potter, except you just need a few more bits and pieces, like, I don't know, a giant chess set that moves. Like, I wonder where you got that idea from. Just, you know, it's giant chess set. Like, it's not like that's uncommon, is it? That's not even uncommon. Like, that's just like normal. Like, loads of them around, giant chess sets. What else do you need? I'll tell you what you might want. Is if I put Wizard School, but if I put Terry Pratchett, you might want some of Terry Pratchett's ideas from his Wizard School in his books, which was like a large feature of his books. Like the Wizard School in Terry Pratchett's books. Let's just have a look. Terry Pratchett. Let me just get his. You know, I want a list of his books published. A list of his books and the dates they were published, please. Internet, give me the internet. Throw the internet at it. Writing works, Discworld. So the Discworld would have been written. God, when is it going to tell me these things? Like in the 80s, before publishing history. Has he not just got a list of them? What a weird Wikipedia page to not just have a list of his damn books. Discworld publication dates. Now it has to show me. Okay, Colour of Magic 1983. That was featuring the Wizard School. The Light Fantastic had a Wizard School in it. Equal Rights was about a girl who wants to go to the Wizard School, but the Wizard School is for boys, and she has to fight sexism. More is you become an apprentice of death. Sorcery, the Wizard School. A sorcerer is a wizard squared. So a wizard is the seventh son of a seventh son, and a sorcerer is the seventh son of a seventh son of a seventh son. So sorcery is about a very much more powerful than a wizard, a sorcerer who goes to the Wizard School. And Weird Sisters is not about wizards, it's about witches. Witches are the main feature there. Pyramids, like we're going into the 80s and 90s. The themes, the groundwork is set. So if you're J.K. Rowling, right, what you've done is you've watched some program when you were younger, like we all did. You've watched that, and then you've read some Terry Pratchett, and you've just had what you like and just put it in your book. And how on earth? What I don't understand, I do not understand. I might sound bitter or whatever, I don't care. I really enjoyed Terry Pratchett's work. I'm not bitter, I really liked it. I'm positive. What I don't understand is why no one said that you're doing a load of bollocks there, J.K. Rowling. You're just ripping off all these other ideas. It's just like an amalgamation of all these. Like maybe she's done the best version of The Worst Witch and the best version of A Wizard School. Maybe that. I don't know. But for some reason, maybe it's because it was young people that were consuming it. They didn't have this. They couldn't say, oh, what about The Worst Witch? Because they hadn't seen it. Or what about Terry Pratchett? They hadn't read it. They just were exposed to Harry Potter and thought, oh, this is good. These are good ideas. I like this. I'm an ideas man. I love ideas. I'm interested in ideas. And the fact that she did that, what it showed me is that J.K. Rowling, as a creator, as an author, bag of shit. She might have written it well. People might have been like enjoyed it, but she's a Big Mac. Like they really enjoy the McBurgers, don't they? They really enjoy the McBurgers, but doesn't mean they're the best food in the world. Like for me, I hadn't got the time to read Harry Potter. I was already a bit more grown up. Well, my teacher was reading it actually. I was in the third year of school. Harry Potter publication dates. So 1997, so 10 years after Terry Pratchett. So there's been this gap of like culture where there's no new Wizard School stuff on the market, and she jumped into the market like at a lull in Wizard School stuff because there'd been a lot of Wizard School stuff and it had become so saturated with Wizard School stuff that people didn't want to, oh, that's a bit like Terry Pratchett, no thanks. Oh, you're ripping off The Worst Witch, no thanks. And then there was enough time passed where they forgot about it so she could step in with this one in 1997. I'd have been about 15, 16. I wouldn't be interested in reading a book of kids stuff. I'd have been interested about going out and smoking, chasing girls, not literally, but you know what I mean. I would be interested in going to try and see if I could get served at a bar, not chase a Quidditch. So I wasn't interested. And then when I saw it becoming popular and saw it on all the news, I thought, how she pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, and why don't the people who make The Worst Witch, why aren't they suing her? Why weren't they demanding some recompense? Why? How Terry Pratchett got away? Like Terry Pratchett is loved and enjoyed by millions, but in some ways wasn't lauded and applauded in the same way as J.K. Rowling has been. And it's weird to me because Terry Pratchett's work is a lot more interesting a lot more culturally relevant, has a lot more to say, is more prolific. Like Terry Pratchett's better in my opinion, but didn't get the same accolades. And maybe it's about generation. Maybe if Terry Pratchett started writing now and was taking up that Twitter wave, there was social media involved, and Harry Potter came out in the late 90s, early 2000s when the internet took off. So maybe there's something in that. Maybe you can do a thing at the wrong time and just be miss the boat or something. But for me, J.K. Rowling and all that, I find it hard to reconcile this, to throw away these things that I thought were great. I mean, I didn't watch The Worst Witch every week, but it was on, and I thought it was kind of cool. And then, it feels like they got fucked over. And who fucked them over? J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling. Because J.K. Rowling stole all of our ideas, didn't she? Maybe I'm wrong to say this if I haven't read every inch of every Harry Potter, but didn't she steal all of her ideas? Isn't that what she's done? And become this movie star style, high caliber celebrity person. People respect her opinions. Didn't she steal all of her ideas? I don't respect people that steal all their ideas. If you made a song and you made a bunch of records and everyone was if you I'm not allowed to play these songs to you because you get copyright for it, and Ed Sheeran gets well eggy. Honestly, out of all the things that I play on the internet and show a little clip of, Ed Sheeran gets well eggy about his stuff. But Ed Sheeran did his songs that sounded just like those other people's songs, didn't they? And I feel bad for the other people whose songs got ripped off, allegedly, not proven in court. Ed Sheeran's the rich one, so it's a bit like that. I haven't got the time for... So because of all that, that's how I feel about Harry Potter and stuff. When I see the game come out and all these people talking about it, the only reason I would play it is so that I can do a trans... I'd like to play it as one gender and then transition from one gender to the other during the game. Not me personally, but my character in the game. Try and I understand that once you've chosen your character's attributes, some of them are locked in and cannot be changed, and that's a shame, because I'd like to it'd be funny to play it as one gender and transition to another gender. Funny, I mean, obviously I'm not belittling the plight of people who are suffering the indignance of being attacked by TERFs online. At the same time, right, on my Twitter, I shouldn't really open it because you don't know what you're going to see, but I follow this guy called Graham Linehan, who used to write comedy. He was the comedy writer for The It Crowd and Father Ted. And now what he does is he keeps us all up to date on aggressive men who pretend to be women so they can get around laws created to protect people who want to change their gender legitimately or feel that they're trapped in the wrong gender legitimately. So he's like one of those TERFs, they call them, trans exclusionary activist feminist. I'm a positive feminist person. I think feminism positive, yeah. And I'm certainly not supporting violent criminals pretending to be women so that they can say that they're trans so they can get an easier ride on the criminal justice system. At the same time, I think if we've got women's toilets, men's toilets, and can we not just have a third toilet where people can just go in on their own and just happy go to the toilet, doesn't matter what you are? Can we have that, maybe? And then we just sort some of these problems out. I don't think anyone wants to be housed with a rapist, do they? Whether you're a man or a woman. That's the problem with prison, is you've got to be housed with all those problem people. You go to prison, you've got to hang out with all the bad people. But if you're a bad chuffer like that, like a bad, aggressive raper, then I don't want to be don't house them with the women. I get that, even if they pretend to dress up and say they're trans, don't care. But at the same time, don't house them with all the men either. House them with all the sex crimers. Put like that, do it like that, and then you're okay, aren't you? In a way, because they brought that on themselves. But it would make more sense for me that. And okay, you're going to segregate people more because they're going to be in prison. You don't want them doing things to each other because they're bad like that, chuffer. So segregate them more then, yeah. I don't think it means that, because some people want to be trans and have rights, that we need to start letting violent... Like, but there's a thought police of it as well. You can't see into that guy's head, so whether he thinks he really is a woman or not, you can't tell, and that's the same for anybody. You can't see that. So now we're policing their thoughts. Are you legitimately trans, or are you pretending to be trans? I don't know. I can't see inside your head, so I just have to take it legit that you are if you say you are. Do you know what I mean? It's a strange one, that. Did I see Peter Tatchell letter that Graham showed? I was shocked to Peter for that. Yes and no. I think I did, but I don't keep up with it enough to, like, I see these things going past and I'm like, fucking hell, wow, fucking hell, because like this is like one end of a scale, and like it's propaganda almost what Graham's doing. So like, but at the same time, there is a huge conversation to be had about it. Like, it's been brought up now in chat by Dexter McRhubarb asking about Harry Potter. The thing is, right, as well, people have got their own opinions about this, and I respect everyone's opinion. If you want to play Harry Potter and you don't care, you don't care. But I actually do see it as a literally, like, flashpoint controversial issue going on right now. Like, it's been debated in the Houses of Commons, isn't it? Scottish Parliament passed a law about gender assignment and age, and we've got conversations being had about rights. So it's not like if Hitler created a computer game, would you still be like you can read Mein Kampf, it's up to you, you can read it, doesn't make you a bad person, doesn't make you a Nazi, but like there's not that distance between this. Like, she wrote those books, they're creating that game in the midst of this conversation, and I haven't read her books. Maybe I should, although I don't have the time, patience, or frankly I don't want to. I could get them free on the library. It wouldn't be financial, but I don't have the time or the inclination. But like, I would understand there'd be some aspects of, some of her ideas that go through that. I don't trust her ideas. She steals them, and the ideas she does have seem really, really a bit whack. All this turf stuff seems a bit whack. So I don't really want to sort of support her and her work at this time. Not publicly and not privately. Where you give your money makes a difference. Like, she will take that money and that will help her. Like, if you buy that game, like, it might be irrelevant to you, but it does. So it's not irrelevant to me. And then as far as the game goes, I would be angry anyway, because I'd want to play a Terry Pratchett game, not a Harry Potter game. I'd be open-minded to playing it and see if it's a good game, irrelevant of all that other stuff. Give it a few weeks, maybe it'll come out on sale. And, there's a trend wave to it as well, isn't there? You either play it now or it goes off trend. I don't think it's going to last the test of time in terms of important gaming milestones. So, and there'll be a lot of people who have a lot of Harry Potter. Like, I saw one of them, right? She tweeted a picture of herself in a Harry Potter cosplay, and she's like, I'm not going to play the game. I don't have a PC, but this is me in my Harry Potter cosplay to try and ride the trend wave. So there's going to be a lot of people who want to trend with it, and a lot of people who have a love in their heart for the books that they enjoyed when they were a kid. So they're going to ride that wave of, positivity, and then it'll all just die down and become a nothing, won't it? So it won't be a big marker in my life. But this other stuff is quite a big real life issue that is a big marker in people's lives. So I don't know. And I understand as well that the people who made the game didn't have any irons in these fires. So should they suffer? Should the people that made the game suffer because of this, political aspect? Well, they could choose not to work on the game. They could choose not again. If you wanted me to work for J.K. Rowling, if you said to me, would you do a sponsored stream of J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter game? No, it's not her game, but she's made J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter the game. I'd be like, no, because I'm J.K. Rowling, obviously. Like, would you go and work for J.K. Rowling as a personal assistant for a day? No, because it's J.K. Rowling, so I don't. No, I'm not going to do that. Would you? Do you know what I mean? Like, would you work for J.K. Rowling's company selling sandwiches? No, I don't want to work for J.K. Rowling. She's a chuffer. But yeah, maybe I shouldn't work for the people who own Google or Twitter or whatever as well. I don't know. Yeah, it's a big confusing mess, and I would like to wade around in that mess a bit more. I would like to do that. I'd like to get some people onto the show to talk about it from their perspectives rather than mine as well. That'd be quite good. But not really keen to play. All right, dog. Not really keen to play Harry Potter. Don't like Harry Potter. I gotta say as well, like Asmongold, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place at the moment, isn't he? Because on one hand, he's got anime, what he perceives to be waifu simulator, anime wholesome goodness, and on the other side of the coin, he's got Harry Potter, and all he wants to do is wade around, knocking people's heads off with big swords. If only he knew that Genshin Impact had, like, Harry Potter doesn't have the big swords, does it? Harry Potter doesn't, like, you know, at the end of the day, it is a little bit of a... I imagine it... I don't want to say these things. Like I was going to say it might be popular with the girls, less aggressive game, but that's not the case anymore, really, is it? That's just pure sexism. But I imagine it won't be... It won't contain... Like, one of the things I love about Genshin Impact is the sword play, the combat and all that. And I know there's a Wizard's Magic combat system that goes on, but... Come on. I can't really talk because I'm playing Genshin Impact, but I want to say, like, you know, it's a kid's game. For, like, I could critique it, in a way, by saying it's a kid's game for people who, like, for soft combat. But then I'm playing Genshin Impact, look, so, well, who am I to speak? Let them eat cake, let them enjoy it if they want to enjoy it. But, fuck that woman. Fuck her. J.K. Rowling. Read Terry Pratchett. Watch The Worst Witch. Come back to me. I'd like to play The Worst Witch game. They should get... I'll tell you what, they should actually get... Like, J.K. Rowling's going to be making commission on that. She's not going to be doing anything to make the game. But she's going to be getting her commission, isn't she? That's the way it works now. She sells the rights and the... She retains some royalties and all this shit. Well, what about the people who made The Worst Witch? Because that's how you got all of your ideas, JK. What about that? No, there's no commission for ideas like that. I feel bad for them. Yeah!
Everyone hold hands!
Where are you all? Is it just you? Is it just you?
Sharing my knowledge!
They're immune to the fire. Get a taste of Ding Dong fire.
Time to act.
Oh, no, I thought it was a mage. There's no mage. Where's the mage? Is it just you? Got to swing in with Bedu then, but you have to be careful because she'll die. She's got no... Oh, she's at level 0.
Rain outlines your fate.
Rain outlining your fate. Had that improved this week, mate. Oh yeah, they came in and put a new one in, mate. They've been in and put a new one in. There's the magic. Rain outlining your fate proper now. Wait till you see my new rain cutters. You'll love it. There we go.
Rain cutter.
Look at that now. They last even longer. 20% extra free. Get your rain cutters. 20% extra free. Only, well, not only today. Ongoing. Into the future. It's like a
Grow!
permanent addition. It's like the opposite of what's going on with our goods and services at the moment, where things cost more and you get less. Now you get more. Just more for more. Less is more. Well, more is more. More is more. A bit more. A bit more extra. Extra free. Extra bonus. On top. Back to the real world here. I've got a character that needs ascending. Ascender, I don't even know her.
Huh?
That's free to play as well. I'll tell you what. Free to play is getting
Toodaloo.
all the way to level 80 on day 1 of the banner. Like, that's pretty good. Hitting the main character and having the Mats and Mora, even though I had to just farm the Mora, to get her all the way up to level 80. That's not just squad level now.
Churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Ooh.
I forgot any more. I'm going to spend all this Mora. Huh? Let's just spend all the Mora. Oh no, we're out of Mora. Okay, we're close. How close are we?
Toodaloo.
6 more levels and 1 ascension. What's ready for the ascension? Big reds. But that's top line then, isn't it? 80 to 90. I've got players on this shelf here that we use that are 70 of 80, haven't I? Anyone? 70 of 80? Diona there, 70 of 80. Okay, this is where she's in at now. Diona Kuki. So she needs to go a bit higher. We do use Dory at 70 of 70. Her Ascension is just waiting on some of these lotuses. But, yeah, I think you can call that squad worthy now. Proper weapon. Nice artifacts that could do with improving. She's got a hat on. She's wearing a hat. That's part of it. She comes with it, but they're not all wearing hats. She's got like a crown thing, like a grip, hair grip crown. Betty's got her hair up with some hair up, not all of it. Really nice long hair, actually, isn't she? Really nice long hair. And an eye patch. Hu Tao's wearing a hat. Looks like a big sauce pot. I've never seen a hat like that before. Such a big, wide... Now, is that because the anime heads are big? Is that because if you're an anime character, you've got a big head? Or is it because they've done the hat like that?
Wanna come over for tea?
Like, do you think her head fills it? Want to come over for tea? I'll tell you where you wanted me to go. To Collie's house. You wanted me to talk to Collie? I know where these people live. Do I know any trans... Okay, these are good questions, interesting questions. Do I know any trans people in real life? Maybe and maybe not. I don't know, because they'd just be like people, wouldn't they? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, unless I grew up with them and saw them transition, I might meet somebody, cut their hair, just treat them like a normal person, and then, like, you know, I remember I've been a hairdresser.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon...
She's doing the talking now. Do you remember I used to be a hairdresser, so...
Silly churl,
You can't shut them up. I've met a lot of people.
Silly churl, Billy
But I suppose you mean, like...
Silly Billy, hilly churl.
As, like, personal relationships. Like, I've got a wide group of friends as well, really. Like, not that I go and see them all the time. We've had COVID in the last few years. Like, I've really been a big hermit. But it used to be the case that, like, a lot of people moved on and settled down as well. Let's be fair about this. But it used to be the case that I could just go into my local town, into one of many different bars, and be like, oh, hi, how you doing? Yeah, how's so-and-so? Haven't seen you in a while. You know, just people around town. I'd just run into people I know. A ranging group of friends, because I used to be part of a community where I was actually like out cutting hair as well. There'll be people that don't like me maybe as well, and now there's a new generation maybe, and I'm talking about people who maybe now are not out and about in the pubs, and maybe I'm wrong on this. But I like to think that because I've got friends through doing filmmaking, I've got friends through doing YouTube, which aren't in my local town, but in my local town I've got friends through hairdressing, roofing, raving, like different sets of friends from college, from bands, friends from doing local gigs, friends from the cinema bar, all sorts of different slightly social groups and stuff. Whether there's anyone in that wider framework that I'm trying to think. There's certain, I'll tell you what, right, in my local area there was a trans person who way back when I was younger, was just having a fucking awful life. They were, I didn't know them, but there was a couple of places in our town that are like halfway houses, where if you've been in trouble with the police or something, you know, on your probation house or whatever, that sort of thing. I think they lived up round by one of them, and they were just like, they were just like a hulking hench, like chuffer, who wore a dress or like a crop top, and they would look like they'd gone out, like, you know, mentally, they would look like they'd gone out, like a bloke in a dress, isn't it? So what's going on there? Like, you're not living your best life, living at the halfway house from the drug addiction centre with a bloke on a dress. And like, I don't see them around so much. Maybe they transitioned more successfully and you don't notice that now they just look like a woman. I don't know. But yeah, do I know any trans people in real life? I guess I'm gonna have to say no, not in my personal close friendship group, which is kind of interesting because I do know a lot of people, like I said, and I know a lot of people, but you know what I mean? Like, I do know a lot of people that a wide variety of my peers. I can't think of it. But what I meant there as well is I know I have a diverse range of friends. Like if you said like, do you know somebody who is disabled? I'd say yes. Do you know somebody who is like a different? Name your minority group. Yes. Yeah, I know people from all over, like diverse. Knowing someone that's trans though, not off the top. Oh, actually, hang on. I'm thinking of one or two now. Actually, I know one or two. No, they wouldn't call them. I don't think they call themselves trans, but I know one or two, especially butch lesbians, who I guess I treat in a boyish way, if that makes sense. But they're not trans, are they? They're just lesbians. Imagine if she actually talked about the game or streamed herself playing it. Yeah, she wouldn't because she has no concept. But yeah, that would be interesting. That would lean more weight to the fact that you should treat it politically as well, because she would be treating it politically, because she treats things politically, doesn't she? So at least it has that buffer of her not being on the main crew doing the work. But like now that you know her opinions and she's the chief writer, like you'd worry about what was embedded in the writing. The worst thing for me about it is that Harry Potter game, can you change gender later? Like, it would have been a slam dunk, this would. Turn these purposes off then, thanks. Who would want to purposefully mess with me and my fucking cookies? Leave me alone, save and exit. So you start your journey, you create your character, yeah? And then later on you can do a different haircut and whatever. But if you're male and body type or whatever you've chosen, that's it, selected, chosen. It's irreversible once you choose these options. You can change some superficial options. There's no way to go through the entire character creation process again once it's begun. Irreversible. A bit like in Genshin Impact, it's irreversible, isn't it? But wouldn't it have been good? Wouldn't it have been a clever, like if you're the game developer and you know there's this conversation going on, like it would have been really good to just say, look, we're doing this character thing. Later on in the game, you can, because it's wizard magic anyway, isn't it? You can do whatever the fuck you want. Instead of just going to get your hair cut, you can just go into this room and, you know, change all your bits and pieces. Be sure to be taller. I want to change my character later. Okay, change it later. It wouldn't have to be a political statement, but it would be nice for them to have done that, wouldn't it? And instead, they've actually made a choice to not do that. Maybe it's a bit of extra work. Maybe it's not a choice. You know, maybe we just want you to choose your character and move on. But to reintroduce that character selection screen in a later on, you know, you go into like the magic barbers and they can change everything. Would have been funny, wouldn't it? It would have been interesting. Instead, they've definitely leaned on the side of not doing that. You assign your gender. You become either wizard or witch. In Terry Pratchett's books. See, this is why she's so far behind in Equal Rights. You can probably get the audiobooks on YouTube, Equal Rights. Right, if you type in free, look, you find it here, like, not on the proper audiobooks, but like this one here, free, look. So, I'm not saying that you should not pay for it, but you can listen to it for free, right? In Equal Rights, Terry Pratchett has a character who is a girl and she has magic capabilities. So she wants to be a wizard, and she goes to the wizard school, and they say, no, fuck you, you're a witch. I'm pretty sure that's what happens. Oh, it's the 8th son, the 8th son, not the 7th son, the 7th son. What an idiot I am. A female wizard, yeah. She's born a female wizard. She's not a witch, because she's magic and she's a woman. She's a female wizard. So, like, this idea, like, in terms, okay, we'll talk about it in the game. We'll separate it in a minute. I'll explain why. Like, what's interesting, just from what I'm seeing here as well, though, is that as a concept, a female witch, sorry, a female wizard is an interesting, like, you as an author, what Terry Pratchett did was to create something really interesting, to talk about how gender roles in our society and stuff like that, about it's about who you are inside, really, as well. It's about what you want to be, and about not letting life tell you, no, you're not allowed to do that because you're this or because you're that, you don't belong here. Like, it's not that, it's about you do what you enjoy. Terry Pratchett made a whole, interesting thing about it. They've decided, because she's decided, if you're a woman, you're a witch, and if you're a man, you're a wizard. Like, she's actually given a binary gender option to the way you cast your to being a magic person, which didn't exist in reality. There's no witches and witches. In reality, you can have a female wizard, because there are none. You can't have any. Do you know what I mean? Like, Terry Pratchett explored it in a book, whereas what she's done is she's assigned it, said it's that now. Enjoy. So you might want to play the game without politics shoved down your throat, but what's happened is, even in the character selection screen, those ideas, remember talking about ideas and concepts, so they're embedded in that. If you're a young person and you want to be like let's say you want to be a witch and you're a man, you can't be. Like, that's a bit shit. Like, you want to play the game and just have fun. Who cares? So just let me choose then. Let me be a male witch. No, you're not allowed to be. Men don't be witches. Men are mechanics. Men are, women work as nurses, men work as doctors. You can, it's called a wizard. No, but it's different, isn't it? Wizards and witches. Like, why can't I be a wizard with a female gender wizard? Why can't I be a male witch and be a witch? It's like a job title. It's like why is it like? And there are differences in witches culturally. We're almost always women. True, yeah. They're not the same though culturally. I'd dispute that, and that's what's explored quite extensively in different ways in equal rights as well. Witches are more. I mean, but these, I will accept, right, that this is just ideas, so I'm not correct. There is no correct, there's no real witches and there's no real wizards. So it's just what we decide they are. Difference between male. I don't think it's like Lord and Lady and Baron and Baroness as much. I think there are different difference between witch and wizard. I think wizards derive like their power through the arcane, and witches are more like organic magic. Wizard and warlock usually refer to a male, while witch can refer to any gender, but is more often ascribed towards women. It says that they're just saying it's a gender difference. I want to know difference between witch and wizard. Character. I feel that because witches exist as like Wiccan magic. Right, let me show you this actually. Yeah, so Wiccan magic is like earth magic, like nature magic, and people do this still. Like, there are still witches today. Like, they call them witches. Earth, like, it's almost like a religion, I guess. It involves spells, and it involves knowledge of herbs and. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like a green magic, treating the earth as the mother. You know, I'm not too. In fact, I'd like to get an expert on to teach me more, because I'm not too au fait with this. But if I put wizard magic, I'd be thinking about more elemental forces and like big spell. Like, wizards don't have a cauldron, I don't think. I think that's a witch thing. I think they're confused there. Witches have a cauldron, hubble bubble, toil and trouble, and drop things in it. And wizards have, like, Gandalf and a staff, don't they? And they're more. He's quite earthy, I suppose, to be honest. To be fair, but it's more of an arcane, like, power of elements, lightning bolts and fire magic, pyromancer. I feel like there's a difference in the, like, you could say. I would say this looks like a wizard, Yeah, not because it's a man, but because of the dress and the style and everything. And I'd put a female in that role, and she'd be a female wizard, but a male witch would be like, witch is all black for a start. You've got a pointy hat. Like the Wizard of Oz, perfect archetypal witch, aren't they? I'm talking about archetypes now, I guess. Like that's an archetypal witch. A wizard doesn't have to have a green face. Like for a wizard to have a green face would be weird. Like, wizards, like Merlin was based on Old Welsh druids, which is where we can. Good point. Agree. Like, yeah, Gandalf like is quite earthy as well. Yeah, and Merlin. Yeah. What if there was a non-binary monarch? Would there be a king or queen or something else? The monarch. Yeah. Okay, this is a good point, that those people are a small minority and it's overly represented in current politics. That's a really good point, right? I think it's ridiculous that we should have... how many children have we got in poverty? I'm only able to talk about the UK, really, but UK children in poverty. You know, I could go international with this, but just 4.5 million children living in poverty, and we're talking about who's going to get to use the toilets. And like, that seems flippant to all the trans people who are struggling with their issues, but like, do you know what I mean? Like, maybe the priorities are out of whack. Yeah, I totally agree with that. However, if we don't talk about these things, like, people know that the children are in poverty. People should be working on that shit. But with trans people, their rights and their struggles, I'll say, then there are no, like, things aren't even in the law about it. They haven't even like worked out what to do. Like, it's more modern that we talk about it, and maybe it's the time to get these things sorted. It would be easy to sort it quickly, though, in my opinion, by just saying like all trans people have rights, and then like, you obviously don't put trans people in the prison with the men or the women. Just like have a separate segregated section for them, maybe, like, or like put them in segregate. Like if they're sex crimers, put them in segregation anyway, because no one wants to be with the rapists. That fixes that a bit. And the toilets thing and the sport thing. For sport, you just have an open competition. There's a problem that some people are taking hormones in order to transition and stuff. Well, you know, if you've got banned substances in your list of your tests, then you get banned. Sorry, if you're transitioning, it's a shame for you that you can't compete in certain sporting events while you're taking hormone supplements, but you can't because you're taking hormone supplements. And then major general stuff, you have a men's competition, a women's competition, and an open competition, and then everyone can just compete in the open competition and we stop arguing about it. And then we can just move on to more important shit. And of course, if someone is legitimately struggling with these issues of transgenderism, then they should be listened to, heard and helped. Yeah, absolutely. And at the same time, if someone's using it so they can have a free ride in prison, we don't want to help those people. But we can't be the thought police. So unless I can see inside someone's head and legitimately say yes or no, I just have to accept certain aspects and not going to be perfect around the edges. And like I say, people like this might want to be housed in solitary rather than with a community. Boxing's already made separate categories. It's an odd way of doing it, yeah, totally. Boxing is already limited by weight classes, so why don't you just put people, like, if you're middleweight, you're middleweight. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman, and let's see if you can fight. You know, I'm happy with that as a concept. Oh, but men shouldn't be hitting women, and like, all right, but like, it's equality now, so like, we have men's competition, women's competition, and open competition, and if the women want to get in and fight with the men, then they're allowed to. That's just on them. Like, you know, it's the same as a man getting into fight with a man. If you get into fight with Anthony Joshua, it's on you. It's not on anyone else. So I think we should just open that up. Yeah, I think it's silly to. But obviously, the real world, if you watched a man beating a woman in the ring and he was really hurting her, people wouldn't want to see that. Not as much as a man hitting a man. So it would seem more grotesque and it would seem more brutal. And they'd say, "Oh, this boxing is bad." So, and boxing is bad for that reason, but people enjoy it. I enjoy it. But yeah, so, and we're talking about it because it's interesting, I think, as well as, like, if we were just talking about the economics of how to fix poverty, for example, it might be quite a dry conversation. But this is quite interesting in some ways as well. Someone else that I want to bring into this conversation that I can't call on the internet because I don't know them. I was watching boxing earlier. Look, Dave, we were watching this earlier. But I can't get ContraPoints in because I don't know them. But ContraPoints is transgender, so has a better idea about it than I do, and is not like dressing up so they can get an easy ride in prison. Like, is legit.
The ramblings of a bigoted hate preacher? Well, God has nothing to do with hate. Christ is the definition of love. Well, I'm not talking about Christ, Virginia. I'm talking about you. Justine, if she doesn't hate anyone, then how can she be a bigot?
And like ContraPoints is a brilliant creative, like she's talking all these different characters in this argument. Like she's doing political argument, making it really interesting by creating characters that deliver the art. Like really interesting. And herself, Natalie herself, is I suppose she's all these different characters in this, so like you're not really seeing her for her, are you? But like she is a real person who, you know, has struggled with these issues and has made lots and lots of really interesting media. So if you haven't seen ContraPoints before, like there's J.K. Rowling, a whole video about it 2 years ago. I don't have as much iron in the fire or insight as someone like this. So Philosophy Tube is another prominent, yeah, true. Philosophy Tube is also Philosophy Tube. I think for Philosophy Tube they transitioned later, like they'd already become a prominent and popular YouTuber, and then they made a transition. So it's different. Whereas ContraPoints, I was more confident. Like ContraPoints was always to me Natalie, so when talking about, I mean, I suppose Philosophy Tube has lived it more recently, and is in you know, has gone through this more recently. Gone through it. I don't know if "gone through" it's the right word. I don't want to be disrespectful, you know, but. That's 37 minutes. 37 minutes is a lot to listen to, because I turn it into, for every minute I've got 10 minutes to talk. But and this is not an episode about this, but we're talking about Harry Potter and stuff, and this is just how it came out. So I'm just going to put them on quickly to, you know, get a flavour for this. But yeah, they've transitioned more recently, and I listen to them just as a philosophy YouTuber, just as someone who is interesting, who has an interesting set of ideas. You know, talking about stuff, and now they've gone through their own coming out story and transition, so they've got interesting ideas about that as well, I suppose. I liked them before just as a normal just a normal YouTuber who had ideas, and now they've got this other part to the story, I suppose is a way of saying it. Yeah.
No thoughts or feelings, no mind at all. And it's supposed to provoke questions about consciousness, but Audre Lorde found that's not an abstract philosophical conundrum. As a black, gay, communist woman, that's how people treated her every day.
So they are talking about the whole thing here in a video where they are at the start, like, you know, presenting one way, and then afterwards presenting.
But this? Oh, it's like I was made for it. Which of course I was, because despite being legally blind, I could still see all the colours, and that's pretty much it.
So, like, that's obviously not just it, is it? There's still some more to talk about there. I would rather have someone like, and how do I approach someone with 1.3 million views on their latest video, 1.29 million subscribers? Oh, by the way, there's 4 or 5 of us on my stream here, and we want to have an interesting conversation about some really deep and personal things that you've gone through, that you've already made quite interesting pieces of media about. So I don't agree with everyone's opinions on everything, and we're having different opinions maybe sometimes here, and I don't agree with everything that Philosophy Tube has said. I don't necessarily agree with everything ContraPoints has said, but I agree with, I can't think of anything specific that ContraPoints has ever said that I'm like, oh no, hang on, you've got that wrong there. In fact, I think ContraPoints is one of my favourite YouTubers ever. Yeah, like, they deal with big ideas in big ways, do really good videos about stuff. So yeah, it does matter. I think it's good it's separated. Women and men's categories all separated, equal opportunities. Well, yeah, no, I mean, like, equal opportunities is equal that you all compete on the same playing field, isn't it? So equal opportunities, you're all going for the same job. Like, you're all going, you know, you can all be a train driver, you can all be a boxer. Like, we don't have to separate the women from the men. Like, boxing's a bit more violent, a bit more. I used to fence, I used to do sword fighting, and I used to fight women all the time. Women would beat me quite often sometimes. We had a girl at our club who went on to become an Olympic. I don't know if she was a champion or like, she went to the Olympics representing Great Britain. You know, she was pretty good. It wasn't about men or women when you get on the piece. And if you're playing someone at chess, then it's irrelevant whether you're a man or a woman, isn't it? Because it's not, you know, you're not going to hit them over the head with your queen. So I think we can keep men's and women's competition as like a hangover from the old ages, but as long as we offer open competition as well. I just think, okay, maybe in the sprint, at the 100-metre sprint, you're going to get more men in the final, and it might be more dominated by men in certain aspects. But some sports that we think are so good, like who can run the fastest, like we think that because it's a male-dominated world that has invented what good sports are. Like basketball was invented by tall people. Do you know what I mean? Like the sports that women excel at more, that are more strategy and skill based, maybe, are not seen as the most important sports because it's the men that are buying the tickets. There's loads. There's depth to this, huge depth. So we could go on forever in these sort of conversations. But in general, I think, I mean, I don't want to see a man beating a woman. I think that's a problem with boxing, not a problem with sport. Like, if you take it to another sport, if it was boat racing, like, you wouldn't care if a man beat a woman at boat racing, or if a woman beat a man at boat racing, or tennis. Let's say they're playing tennis. Men can serve harder, maybe. You know, maybe there's a... in general, you'd say that, but if Serena Williams was banging it at you, you would find it difficult to deal with it. Like, there'd be a limit. I wonder where the top limits are and how far apart these top people are, because football's another example. Like, you know... and yeah, technique, raw strategy, yeah, exactly. Fencing, it was a bit more equality on the piste, but also, right? I think this as well, right? It's a bell curve. Most of this shit is. So if you had all men and women mixed together, yeah, all men and women mixed together, who's the strongest? Well, at the very top end of this, you might get like this part of the bell curve might be quite a lot of men and not very many women. It might be like just DNA, gender differences, you know, over the evolutionary period have made it like that. In terms of like muscle mass, height, weight, something like that, maybe there. But in this next one down, you might say, oh, all the men are stronger. They're not, though. There's going to be some women mixed in. Yeah, definitely going to be some women mixed in there. In the middle, it's going to be all men and women just mixed. Some women are stronger than me. Yeah, some women are stronger than you. Like, physically, they're at the gym all the time doing all the stuff. Like, they're out there playing football or hockey or, like, champion rock climbers. Some women are stronger than you, yeah? Like, they might not be able to beat you in a one-on-one fight, you might think. Like, maybe traditionally they're not out there, like, having fights with each other when they're growing up. But my point is, women are stronger than, like, there'd be a mix in that middle part. And then at the bottom end, you would still have some feeble men, wouldn't you? Like, down here at this bottom end, have you got feeble men? Like, are there any feeble men? Let me just... feeble men. Let me just Google that. Feeble men. Because there's going to be some pictures of them. Like, they do exist, don't they? Like, men that are not, like, giant... Like, there's a lot of pictures of fitness here. It's obviously an incentive for people to turn to fitness. But there are a lot of men that, like, would probably lose to my sister in a fight. Like... I'm not... It's not just, like, a trope, is it? It's not just a meme. Like, you know, skinny. Like, not very big. Like, featherweight. My gun shots will make you levitate. There's a whole boxing category. Like, and they're strong. Like, I tell you what, Charlie Edwards or whatever. Sonny Edwards, isn't that the other one? Sonny Edwards. Like, he's a little boxer. He'll bang you. He'd probably bang me out with his technique. But in terms of, like, you know, if I rolled on him in the night, like, he's only a little chuffer. Do you know what I mean? So, like, there's a lot of women out there. Like, who do you think would win in a fight, him or Beyonce? Like Beyonce would tear his head off. So on this bell curve, right, you've got a lot of feeble men down this end as well as some strong women at the top end. It's not the case that, okay, in the top edge, and with sport, the problem is you're only taking this very top percent, aren't you? You're only taking that top percent to be the top sport. Who's going to be in my basketball team? Only the 0.1% tallest, please. I don't want all the rubbish people. I want the tallest people in the basketball team. So we'll take that little sliver of percent. And genetically, like in America, it turns out, and this is going to sound a little bit racial, but it turns out that black people become taller and stronger because of the way the slave trade operated. We brought them over, I didn't do it. I'm not a colonial. I'm British, but I wasn't the colonial British. I didn't do it. But they brought them over in boats, and the ones that died that were weaker and smaller, they died, so they were gone. And then only the strongest ones survived. And then they stayed on the boat till Jamaica, the naughtiest and strongest and biggest, most aggressive chuffers, and they became the modern day Jamaicans. And lo and behold, they're quite tall and quite, athletic in certain ways. And like I said, we've arranged this athletic competition. Like, imagine if the Olympics was you could have chosen any sports, any competitions to go in the Olympics to laud it and applaud it over, but because it's a patriarchal society, we've gone with things like weightlifting and like running fast, punching each other out in the ring, knockout punching. Imagine if it was a more balanced society. Like we said, we don't really want to see a man punch a woman to death, so maybe canoe racing might be more popular. Do you know what I mean? There are other ways of competing that are more equalising, but also if it was just long distance running, I don't know where the spectrum is on that bell curve, but I would say that you would still get women competing with the men at the high level. Like, you take steroids out of the equation as well, because there's a lot of people on the top level sport like banging steroids and cheating and just getting away with it. You take that out of the equation, I'd say there's probably a lot more balance. I'm going to turn to your chat here because I missed it a bit. Pastor Miller, I'll pick up on that in a minute. Pro wrestling sometimes has intergender fights, and superheroes do it, yeah. But we don't like intergender violence in fiction either, yeah, that's true. Wrestling is obviously not real, isn't it? But they're now doing it, so it's becoming more socially acceptable for women to be beating up men, or at least... to be beaten up by men, or at least be beating up men. I don't want to say it's socially acceptable for women to be beaten up by men, really, but it is, isn't it, in a way? Kill Bill, female protagonists are now the norm, and they have people kicking their heads in as well, don't they? I would have just said, though, overall, I don't ascribe to the idea that we are that different. I know that in the main there are some quite big differences, and I know that at the top end of heavyweight boxing you're not going to get that many women, but in other things, and you've got to accept as well, though, this is why women are doing all these other jobs in the workplace, why women can also be train drivers or engineers or whatever the fuck it is, because they actually can do all this other stuff as well. Like, it's not men are special and women can't do stuff, and that is also the case with sport. Like and I think as well, like Katie Taylor. I mean, what weight is Katie Taylor? Like, I don't want to. It's weird thinking about this, isn't it? Because women think about weight in a different way, but Katie Taylor's fighting weight, 61 kg, so she's a bit smaller than me. But I think, even though I'm a man that's bigger than Katie Taylor, I think she might punch my fucking lights out if I went in a fight with her. I just think that. I'm pretty confident that Katie Taylor would batter me. Like, I'm slightly bigger than her by about 10 kg. So I've got a weight advantage. Like, she'd take that. She'd say, no, fine. Like, I don't care about your 10 kg. And I'd be like, okay, me with my not particularly good boxing skills, like really basic, crude boxing skills, and you with your like world championship level class. Like, it's not about size then, is it? It's not really about who's the biggest chuffer. Like, you wouldn't want to see me punching Katie Taylor's face in, because that would be a bad look, wouldn't it? A man beating up a woman. But you wouldn't have to see it, because she would absolutely demolish me. Like, so there is definitely an element of skill involved. We can't say that it's just, right, you're a man, therefore better or stronger or this or that. like men are this. Like we definitely can't say that. It's proven. And I would personally, I would like to see Katie Taylor against let me see who else is in that. I want to figure this out now. Katie Taylor, is she middleweight or is she 61 kg? So hang on, I know that Liam Smith is like 50. What's Liam Smith? Pounds now. Oh, 67. Okay, so she's under middleweight. She's is she Kell Brook, or is she like Amir Khan weight? Which would be welter, isn't it? $63 to $67. That's still heavier than Katie Taylor. God. Lightweight then, yeah. Lightweight. Weight. Bantamweight 56. Lightweight. Oh, look, we've got the whole set of... Encyclopedia Britannica has got... Manage the settings. Get rid of them. 56 kg, 60 kg, lightweight. She's lightweight. So, Katie Taylor versus... lightweight boxers. There's not that many at the moment, is there? It's not a very... I don't want a pair of boxing shorts. Like, I want do I? I want to see some lightweight actual boxers. Devin Haney. Sorry. Is that... That's Crawford, isn't it? Crawford's pretty fucking tough. I wouldn't want to put Katie Taylor in with Crawford. Teofimo Lopez. I'm thinking though. I'm thinking there's like... I'm looking at these lightweight boxers. Anthony Crolla might be an example. Like back in his day. Like, would you put a man like Crolla in with Katie Taylor? You'd think they'd probably do Katie Taylor some damage. But then she's a boxer as well, isn't it? She could do them some damage, couldn't she? I wonder if it'd be about... Because with women's boxing, to be a world champion, there's not that many women around, so you don't have to beat as many women. Whereas with men's boxing, it's a lot more popular. There's grassroots. There's like all these layers to it. So you have to get through the system, and to get there, you've become really good. So the total quality of your champions is predicated on the richness of your sport and the depth of strength in depth. And that's the case with things like football. That's why it takes a while for the women's game to get up to speed with the men's, because you need this grassroots, all these young girls playing it every Saturday, loving it, you know, and they go on to become the better players of the future. So I'm thinking lightweight boxers, Google me them. I'm thinking whether Katie would actually fit in. Yeah, Devin Haney's lightweight. Whether I'd put her in with Devin Haney. She'd probably get beat, but I'd still put her in there. I wonder whether she would... that's Luke Campbell when he came out of the Olympics. Young Luke Campbell. Josh Taylor. One layer down, and you'd start to think she'd stand more of a chance. Like, these people still... Like, Josh Taylor's a killer. Josh Taylor's a killer. But these are the top level. This is the world level at lightweight. So I don't think she'd quite cut it. I just don't think she would quite cut it against Josh Taylor. But at the same time, I'd like to see... I think they could spar. I think that would be fair. You know. And also, you're talking about boxing where they're out to kill. What about boxing where it was Olympic style? You've got head guards and you're just scoring points. Like, maybe it'd be a bit more of a fair fight there. Interesting thoughts. Yeah, in Hogwarts Legacy, you can't change to become a witch, or like that's determined, and witch wizard means your gender, so it is politicised. Even if they've done it through subtlety, it's just it should be a bit more. Like, it could have been a bit more fluid. It would have been funny. We've covered that. and we don't want men in women's prisons, even if they say they're women, but we don't know how to thought police those people. So we probably just put them in their own prison for like total fucking nut jobs. We covered that. That's Hu Tao. We've got Hu Tao. And then finally, you asked me about the pastor. I just don't know, you know. I just don't know about that pastor. I've said before about how I don't like the idea that someone might derive their status from being, you know, a religious person overtly, but yeah, then not live the life of a religious person. I'll do a quick one on the pastor. Right, you've got two problems with the pastor. Or three, is there? Problem one, and what it really should be most important, is where did this come from and what's going on? This problem between Doody Streams and the pastor. And I think what it is, I might be wrong, yeah? I might be wrong, but the idea is that Pastor tipped... Did Pastor Eric Miller tip... Did Pastor Eric Miller tip Phil? My problem is that I don't like the idea that you would pretend to be a man of God and then not act in a godly way. And I'll bring that up again a little bit later, maybe. But did Pastor Eric Miller tip Phil? Like, did he tip Phil? I'm not. This is not telling me the answer. It's not telling me the answer. But I heard through the grapevine that no, he didn't. That Pastor Eric Miller didn't. There's another content creator that did something on it, whose name eludes me now. So Doody has created all this, like, I don't know. If Doody made the tip under a fake account so that they could have an attack Pastor Eric Miller, that's a bit of a wild thing to do, isn't it? And I see that as a no-no. I don't like that. And I think you would do that so that Pastor Eric Miller would make loads of videos about you, and then you'd be having this video fight, and then people would be talking to each other like we're doing now, and it becomes like a positive for your views if you are Doody Streams. Yeah? So you might have created a drama there. At the same time, I haven't seen King Sly. No, I don't agree with some of the... I don't agree with some of the language King Sly uses. So I don't know who has created the drama. I'm pretty sure that Pastor Eric Miller has these other negatives to their character now, which is that they're like a screaming idiot. But they were like that before. This is going back to this thing about the man of God. When Pastor Eric Miller was on That Being Said was when I was exposed to him, and I didn't think I'll go and subscribe to your channel. I thought, you don't sound like you understand the religion that you purport to preach, and like using pastor as a title like is one thing, but actually being a legit, like, you know, claiming that high ground, that moral high ground in some way, or that social status in that way. You know, I'm a good person. I'm a man of God. But I won't forgive, and I attack, and I do this and I do that. Like, you're just not living the you know, not walking the walk. Talking the talk, not walking the walk. All these videos and all these thumbnails, like, you just need to... I'll tell you something else as well. Right, I'll tell you something else. You need to stop doing this with the thumbnails, because it makes you look like you're like 14 years old. Like, it's too much. It's like a sensory overload, and it's just a thumbnail, for Christ's sake. Like, the video hasn't even got started. I haven't got time for any of that. I don't want to be involved in any of that screaming. Doody seemed to think the screenshot was actually Pastor. it's gone beyond that now, hasn't it? What it's gone beyond, like the initial thing, it doesn't matter now whether it proves one way or the other. What's come out of it? Okay, let me explain. How do I explain? It became a popularity contest, and Doody won the popularity contest. So even if Doody did make the original tip and was shown out in public to have made the original tip, if Pastor Eric Miller can make the perfect video with all the takedowns and the, exact, proof. Look, Snort Burnell will prove what I've been saying. Like, even if someone proves it, people don't like Pastor Eric Miller for the way he's behaved. So even if he proves it, that doesn't matter. People have chosen Doody as a popularity thing because a lot of the people, and this is going to sound a bit harsh, but a lot of the people in the detractor community are detractors. So, like, some of them are not, like, perfect shining examples of morality anyway, are they? Like, some of them don't care about some of that. Some of them are just in it for the lols and the, I don't want to use the word bullying, but, the lol cowery, and they see it as they're breeding a new lol cow here with this chuffer. Like, some of them have even stood in that ballpark already and said, I'm here for the birth of a new lol cow, so I'm going to enjoy this ride and feed off it. I don't want to listen to this guy's videos because I see it as the ramblings of, or the shoutings of someone who's desperate for status and maybe financial remuneration. Certainly these screaming thumbnails don't help with that. And these capitalizations. Maybe they're just trying to play the YouTube game, I don't know. Anyway, it doesn't seem like my sort of content from that end. And on the other end, I used to watch Doody streams because Snort Burnell and Doody streams occupy the same space. Like, you want to see what DSP's done, but you don't want to have to watch his whole stream. So you watch the clips of him doing the shit. Like, this is like routine, daily, regular Phil stuff, isn't it?
This is how I play the game! It's because of the hate. Because of the fucking nonsensical hate that's allowed, the slander and shit against me.
So that's a way of consuming Phil's content without going direct to the man. I tend to watch the bingo, and I make some clips myself on... I do a clip salad on Send Trees now. Send Trees is now my... of course it comes up, doesn't it? Filters, channel. It's now my little clips channel for things, bits and pieces. It will make sense after a while, but Clip Salad is mainly Phil, but it's also other people. Look.
Okay. You need to get better at begging for money. Okay? Like, I think DSP does a pretty good job begging for money. He does. He's like, we all got to chip in. He makes it like it's a group effort. And he talks about, like, different things that you're going to get out of chipping in and, like, making money.
Because Jill wears it different, doesn't she?
So that's my little clip thing that I've been doing. Anyway, I'm not anywhere near, like, my point was... Snort Burnell, regular routine, re-editing Phil's streams so you can consume it a different way. And then Doody streams, bit more ranging of a streamer who talks about other lol cows and other people as well, but or contextualizes Phil a lot with other lol cows. Look, there's Chris Chan as a thumbnail, that one, Chris Chan thumbnail, but it's Phil. So Doody streams is like a similar sort of space because we are watching Phil.
Basically happens amidst so much controversy.
But sometimes Doody will actually give a narrative over the top. Will give some conjecture or reaction.
Start attacking trans people and other people. You're out too. I'm not.
But there you go. So they occupy a similar space, and again, I don't. It sounds a bit bad because they're both very similar. I don't have an iron in this fire really, but I don't really see. I watch some of them. I've watched some of their videos, their content, mainly to access Phil's content without having to watch his channel, and I don't see them as doing particularly. The whole point of the fair use argument is that it's, and I haven't with mine. I've just clipped him and just bungled it up on a channel. but it's supposed to be transformative in a way. And I don't see this as being, I'm not trying to be transformative when I'm clipping people, I'm just clipping them for the sake of clipping them. And I see this in a similar way. I don't see it as that transformative or groundbreaking media in any way. In terms of detraction, having a point, having things to say, using Phil as a start point for creating content. To give examples from the That Being Said podcast, Sam did a video about how he would re-edit Phil's streams. Steve does psychological analysis. You know, I see that as adding some value and having more to say. I feel like Duty Streams and the whole business with the pastor is a way of creating drama that encourages more views. And Phil would think it's funny, but I've got no stock with that either. And I don't have to keep up with Duty Streams or Snort Burnell. I could just watch other Phil restreamers. So if it's going to turn into all that sort of stuff, like Snort Burnell's not really got a hat in the ring, have they? But he's a Duty ally, right? He did a brutal takedown of the pastor in his content. Well, there you go. If it becomes all that, then like the problem with this is, so let's say I'm a Duty Streams ally and I'm like in Duty Streams gang now, and I think Duty Streams is great and I'm going to side with Duty Streams because he's the more popular one. A lot of people have, and a lot of people find, like, if you said to I'm not going to use anyone else as an example, I just feel like others have, if you said, would you rather have one or the other exist, you know, one's going to be deleted, pastor gets deleted, just sorry mate, you might not have done the original tip, but you're deleted. And it might be a popularity thing, it might be whatever, but if it was, you know, who's going to come around your house and sit with you and have a chat or whatever, you know, who's more popular in the community, there's that. But for me, as an like, let's say as a content creator, as an ally, like, who's to say that Duty doesn't just turn on me next then? Because like pastor hadn't done anything specific. I think what pastor had done is they tried to start they tried to sue Phil. They wanted to create a crowdfund to sue Phil, and it was a bit of a grandiose ask of a community that is not so cohesive, I would say, like not so one-minded about everything, and he's not, like, maybe it's the wrong place at the wrong time and the wrong like, for example, we could have a PhilCon, we could have a Phil convention, couldn't we? What would it, I'm going to give someone ideas now saying this on the internet, but how would you do this, right? If I wanted to do book hotel conference room Birmingham, like, that's near where I live, so let's do it near where I live, fuck it. And I want the price, of course, I want the price. So let's see if I can find, just I'm pressing the first one that comes on the list. So will it show me a price of a venue? Find your venue. No, it's not what I want. I want like an actual place, you know, like give me a deal on the price sort of thing. Fucking hell. I don't want to book an actual hotel room, you chuffer. I want to book a conference room. Meeting rooms in Birmingham will range in £15 to £6, not a meeting room, like a venue, like conference room, £650 per morning. There, look, that one says. So let's say £1,000 for the whole day. Let's just throw that in there. So let's say £2,000 because we might want it. Let's just say £2,000. Like, let's just put that on the list. So now I've got a calculator. Calculator, please. Why did it not do the calculator for me then? Come on, you idiot. Calculator. I can't spell, but I should be able to get a calculator. Putting £1,000 on my calculator, and then let's say a hotel room is going to be like let's say it could be arranged between £60 and £100, but we're going to group book. So we're going to like create a convention. We're going to have a group booking of at least 10 rooms for the people that are running the convention and guest starring or on the platform or doing whatever. Like, let's say we want another 10 rooms. Let's put another £1,000 on the bill. We said we wanted another second day potentially. So let's do that. Let's say some audio visual kit and somebody to run it and what have you. You know, a staff member budget. We could run $5,000 there. Maybe that's like top bins. You know, that's a lot of money to be spending on all this stuff, but you know, that's top bins. Let's say it's $5,000, and let's say you want Alt Insider to come from America. or is he? I don't know if he's in America, but he might be in Japan, mightn't he? Anyway, America to England flights. I don't want the cheapest. I want reasonable. Like, let's say it's £600 here. Look, from Los Angeles. So let's put another, like, top end. Let's put £1,000 on that budget so that someone can come from another country. Like, now I'm organising the Detracticon, yeah, and you want £6,000, so you crowdfund for it, and if you get it, then Detracticon is on, and everyone turns up at the hotel because I've paid for it and I've booked you all a room. And like, if you want to, like, if there's a wider audience for it, they've paid into the kitty. They might also consider hotel rooms, group booking. You can join in. We can extend it to 20 rooms, you know, etc. Like, you might get something booked separately and just turn up. As long as you've paid into the kitty, we'll put on the event, and then we can broadcast it live on the internet, I suppose, as well, like, so people can watch it. So you could do a crowdfund like that. But if I walked into the community now and said I'm setting up Detracticon and XYZ, I think it would be a bit much too soon, wouldn't it? Because, like, who the fuck am I? But maybe that's the same sort of thing that Pastor Eric Miller did, is they tried to sort of lead the group in some way, and the group was like, oh, no, fuck this, I don't want to do this, I'm not interested in what your idea is. And then instead of getting a crowdfund together and all having fun, it turned into a thing where people were like, got a bad taste in their mouth, because you don't know what you're going to do with that money. Like, I've just shown you, like, the tickets, haven't I, where we would spend the money and how it would work. He's just like, I'll sue him and I'm going to need 10,000 or whatever. Yeah, what happens if I give you the money and you walk off with it? So there's that. I don't know. So for a lot of reasons, people didn't like the pastor for his personality rather than the actual action of the tip. So I see Doody Streams as attack someone who's weak. That's another issue, isn't it? And if you've got Snort Hogan as an ally and you've got the other community members as, you know, potential allies, attacking someone who's weak. Like, we can talk about it here on... I considered this as well, Bob, is that we talk about... You've asked me about it, we talk about it, but I didn't make a video about it and then say, this is my point and my perspective on the... Like, I'm outside of it, in a way, and I kind of want to stay outside of it because I don't care what Doody Streams thinks. I don't care what Doody Streams does. Like, if they shut down their channel tomorrow, I'll just watch Snort Hogan. If they shut down their channel, I'll just watch someone else. Like, I'll clip it myself. Not that I'm interested in making a permanent field clips. It's just I've been clipping him to put on Twitter. I make little clips, put them up on Twitter, like when I'm watching it, and I needed a repository for that. But I'm not saying I'm not in competition with these people. I don't care. And the same with the pastor, is that I don't care because I don't find his content or his personality to be engaging. So I was exposed to him, and I didn't didn't resonate with his approach. So yeah, we've talked about that now. Yeah. All right, sorry, wait, I've been missing certain aspects of this. Doody did stream to think the screenshot was actually Pastor. My message above explains Pastor has admitted to donating to Phil, but we don't know how much. Snort Hogan's a Doody, I know. Okay. Doody basically had a screenshot of Pastor donated. It was a fake account. Pastor did once tweet that he's donated to Phil, but Doody was correct only by coincidentally his evidence was wrong. So they're both bad chuffers then. If the other thing, right, is like, what about this, right? What about this? What about we go to Phil's stream now and I donate 20 quid? Like, what would happen then? Like, who's going to come after me? Like, and does it fucking matter because it's my 20 quid? Like, what the fuck are they on about? He gave him some money once. Like, I don't think that's even a... Like, we... Honestly, as well, we talk about Phil till the cows come home. We use him for content. We create content around him. And I've heard the argument... There's two sides to this coin, right? I've heard the argument that some people say, if Phil disappeared, then everything would, like, you'd have no more that being said, would you? Well, we'd just keep doing it and talking about the past, but come on, you know, you'd have no more that being said, and we'd all have to go somewhere else. So it's nice that we still have him. Like, you don't want him to die tomorrow. I've also heard some other people say, no, I want him to really suffer and to become destitute, and I would rather not see him on the internet, but know that he is destitute, than him make all this money. I don't want him to make loads of money being a bad chuffer, because I don't think that's fair, but then life isn't fair, yeah? Like, there are people out there making money, and, like, you know, like, look at my local politicians and our politicians. Like, there are worse chuffers out there. So it's all a bit egregious, but also a bit meh. And one thing I do feel is that Phil's a human being. And, like, let's say, for example, we were in the pub today and we're having this conversation. You and me are sat in the pub and we're having this conversation. And, like, Phil's at the bar and he's on his own and he's just stood there. And, like, we know him because we talk about him. We say he's there on his own. Like, he's just looking around. He ain't got anyone to talk to. He's, like, eating his nuts. Like, you know, just sitting there at the bar. And, like, I'm going to say, look, I'm going to say to you, is it all right if we bring Phil over? Like, he's on his own. I know he's a chuffer, but come on, like, you know, Phil, come and sit with us, mate. Come and sit with us. Let's have a chat. Like, even if he becomes a chuffer or whatever, like, I don't know. I'm the sort of person that offers people a bone and, like, has some sort of sense of forgiveness and camaraderie and humanity about it all. And, like, when the chips are down, even if you're not, like, I guess I'm right in saying this, and I might, you know, people can like, this is the irony, right? This is the Pastor Eric Miller. This is where these conversations come up from. I learned this because of being taught it by good religious people, which is that you love your enemy, and that you, when the story of the Good Samaritan is that the guy was beaten up by his rivals, like, beaten down and, like, down, like, in a ditch, like, the way it was told to me, it was, like, you know, quite a brutal thing, like, bleeding and cowering, naked and afraid. And in this position, people were walking past on the road, and the people that were walking past were people that were from his tribe, his like, you know, his locale. But because he's down there all, like, he's asking for help, and they haven't got time to help him, they're busy doing their stuff, and, like, he's down there all beaten and, you know, depraved, and they're not, you know, they're not into helping him. They're walking past. They're all on his, like, and it turns out then his enemy approaches, you know, and he, like, this must have been a fearsome thing as well, because you've already taken a licking. Do you know what I mean? And this person from the other tribe, from the other gang, whatever, comes and sees this person in distress and decides to just help them. Like the Good Samaritan, it's called, isn't it? And they're the good person in this story. They're the hero in the story, and they don't help them based on a religious perspective or a gender politics or a they don't help based on a, like, social argument, or whether you're this chuffer that did this begging on the internet or said this bad stuff, or, you know, we laugh at you, or, you know, you keep doing it, you were racist, whether they're racist or whatever, you know, like, it's the same in war. You know, if you shoot your guns at the opposition, you're doing well and you're winning. When you approach their trenches and they're, like, you know, need repair, your medics go into action and actually save their lives. Like, if they're savable, you don't just shoot them in the head and be like, right, fuck you. Like, you know, you've done the job. You treat the wounded on both sides. They're both, you know, both wounded, aren't they? And you would expect that same compassion, wouldn't you? If you were being downtrodden and beaten down, and you know, you'd expect some compassion. So in that story, it's the Samaritan is the, like, the direct mortal enemy of the person they help, and that even carries for the Samaritan some negative social context. You know, they're helping the enemy, they're giving up some of their own to help somebody who, you know, leave them to die, fuck them, they're the enemy. Like, so that's something I learned back then, I think. So in one aspect, I don't begrudge anyone showing compassion to anyone. If financially I can't determine whether you're doing that just to have a laugh at Phil, just to do a troll tip, or, you know, because somewhere some people feel guilty and Phil is constantly begging for money, and, like, we're using him to create content and rip on. Like, I know some people don't monetize their content that's Phil based because they don't feel that, you know, it's ethical for that aspect. to then start making money off it. Other people are trying to make money off it, specifically. It's the internet. It's open season. It's the Wild West, mate. It's the Wild West. It's the internet. And we'll go back to hating him, of course. We'll go back to doing our, our detracting, and he'll go back to being a chuffer, like, I'm pretty sure. But he has tried to make changes, even if unsuccessfully or with some, even if we feel it might not be legit or he might not be, backing up what he's saying and doing. Like, you've got to give people the room to change and to be more positive, and like, you've got to encourage that when they do, I guess. So it's not outside the realm of possibility that redemption is not outside the world for Phil. Pastor thinks that Phil is irredeemable. He said it on the That Being Said podcast. I do not. I think redemption is within the grasp for everyone. I sort of hope Phil doesn't want to grasp for it, because then we can carry on having fun. But, there are bad chuffers out there, and Phil's not the only one. And I cannot really see the matter of a small... Like, you might have different politics about whether you should tip Phil or not. That's fine. We talked about different politics in chat earlier about gender and whether it should be discussed in video games or not. Here, it's okay to have the different opinions, but it's not as okay to go and attack people for their opinions. Like, we'll talk about it on our stream. You can talk about it with me anytime, but I don't think it's okay to start making attack videos about people. Like, if you want to make an attack video and do a rap, then that's okay, because you're doing like a clever media thing, like a piece of art. But if you're just going out there to say, like, fuck this guy, I mean, I suppose that's what a lot of detraction is for Phil, for these people, isn't it? For some people, it's just fuck this guy, fuck this guy, fuck this guy. I think maybe you should want to try a bit harder and do a bit more. This guy is bad because, and this is why, you as viewers should probably not want to behave like I hope a lot of people, for me as well, for streaming, right, Phil is an example of what not to do, so I can learn a lot. I'm not just, and I don't just want to be here like fuck him, fuck him, fuck him. I don't know. It's not about bullying. I don't like bullying. So, but at the same time, I'm not like, this is a soft target now, and I'm not gonna like shield him, am I? Because he's a big grown-up chuffer who's made his own bed. He can lie in it, and he's continuing to do all this drama, clickbaity content. So I don't know. That's my feelings on that. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not in the middle of it really, but I also would stand back enough to say, let's not blow smoke up Snort Bernal and Doody Stream's arse, like, because they make some clip shows on the internet and like status, community, drama, these sort of words are coming up. I just sort of step back a little bit from that myself. I do. And Doody Streams seems to be, the source of some of that. So even though I'm the source of some of that for other people like Phil and Martin here, I'm the source of it for them, aren't I? But yeah, I don't know. I'm more of a commentary on what's going on than a attack dog, I hope. Interesting stuff. It is interesting stuff. That is interesting stuff. How people are, what they are doing on the internet. How's my lovely Hu Tao? What does she need now? If I can just feed her the last books.
Churl, Billy Churl, silly Billy, hilly Churl.
41 takes me +5. That would be 9. I could probably just take it to level 80 with the last books. I haven't done my... These are all in a zone over here. I haven't done my commissions yet, and I also need to... Oh, not this again. I came back to Mondstadt for a break with the commissions, and now we're doing this. Again. It's alright, Elon Musk. I'm not to run over there. And then we're going to go and say hi. Don't run. Don't wake the others. Just go really steady. The others are awake. So, Pastor denied tweeting. Donate. Also, I would say Snort Hogan doing a brutal takedown of the pastor might be funny. Like, it might be a funny video to watch. That's okay. Like, doing a series of videos on it, that's when it gets a bit over the top for me. I haven't watched that video, but I'm prepared to watch somebody's content and see their opinion and their takedown. Fine. And like I say, if you do it as a rap or you do it as something more entertaining, I think that's even better. The fact that he denied donating to Phil, yet he once tweeted he has. Yeah, if the man's a bag of contradictions, which he already is, are you a godly man? Taking it right back to that. We already talked about that now, but if you're a godly man, then you wouldn't be doing all this shit. So, like, there's a huge contradiction and red flag. And then if you're a bucket of contradictions, then you're a bucket of contradictions. Like, what do you want? Like, what should any of us do with that? Bit of a soft target, then maybe. I don't know, man. Maybe it's earning them some views between them. You see, Silly Chill's having a chat with her. Talk to her. That was easy. That's what I come back to Mondstadt for. Some easy commissions, mate. Easy commissions. And these will give us a little bit of Mora. And then I will potentially have enough to take... If I don't have enough to take her up to 80...
With the wind.
With the wind off the top, then we're very close. And I could probably do a little bit more just to get her up there. Come on, you chuffer. Not that hard. Have this. Yeah. Oh, I've got Bedu in the squad as well. That was a mistake.
Hey.
What's Bedu going to do? She's going to get dead. She got us all killed. I've got no heals. And that thing's up in the air. This is a disaster.
No, my sword.
Come down there. Come down from there. What are you doing? Stop
Body and
hitting me
mind.
with that thing.
Time to act.
Get down from there. Do you remember when you were a kid and you went in a shop and then you climb on the thing and then get down from there? Can you? This thing's not coming down. Like, usually I can deal with it. There it is. There it is. Get it. Get it. Get it. Do its head in. Smash its head in. She did alright. She got a big solid chunk of damage on it.
Witness the power of Gugwa.
Okay, there's Gugwa. Oh, she's dead. Dead. Again. Whoops. Where's Hu Tao? Did she go out with you? Yeah.
Time to act.
She might have got. She got killed down by the storm. Well, that's not very. You've only just got her.
No, my sword.
You've only just got her, and now she's dead again. And I wanted to just complete these over here, but we're going to go. It's a bit like EastEnders in a way, isn't it? Like communities. I don't know, like, I used to be in the ASMR community. Like, I talk about communities for a little bit while we play here. Just for a bit of interest. And I'm not the fount of all knowledge here, but, like, when in real world...
Body and mind.
You can be, like, you're in a real community in real world. Like, I used to be in the fencing community, because I used to go to the fencing club, and then the competitions, and then I'd see the wider community at the competitions, like, people from all over the country. But my club was my local community, and like, you're part of an actual group, aren't you? And like, you know, you do stuff, so there's that. But the online community stuff, you know, like, am I in the Genshin Impact community? I'm playing Genshin Impact. I tweet about Genshin Impact. You can hear my opinions right now. We're talking about it. Am I in the Genshin Impact community? I don't know, what's the qualifier? How do you get into it? What does it mean? Am I in the detractor community? Am I a detractor? I don't make purely detractor content. I'm not a detractor. I do some detraction. I am a detractor. Am I in the community? Yes, I'm turning up. But that being said, and doing my little calling things and having fun. Yeah, I mean, but what happens if, like, you know, I turned out to be a wrong un, or like I don't want to suggest these bad things about me because that would be bad. But do you know what I mean? Like, would I then still just be a pillar of the community? No, they'd just be like, right, that's a bit awkward. Thanks, but no thanks. Like, there's no even people I saw at the top of the, like, because I was then in the ASMR community. You know, I made ASMR videos on the internet and talked to people about it, and even top people in that community are now not even known by people who now consider themselves, you know, we're generations on, aren't we? So community had no, like, at the other end, at the high end, it had no like longevity of status or anything. It's very fluid. It's like trying to catch butterflies, isn't it? Trying to define and be part
Now,
of. And
this is what I call a moment of solitude.
at the same time, when it's going well, like with That Being Said podcast, it's quite clear what it is in its in its positive form. I suppose what it's not like a council. Like, it's not like a council, is it? Like the vice council, and we're all sat on like judges' benches, and like, you know, things come up before the community. It's not like that. It's lots of individuals. It's more like a beehive, but bees all have the same objective. Bees all know what they're doing. They have the same objective. We're all off doing different things all the time, and then you might play Genshin Impact together, or you might be part of a Hearthstone community, or you might be different. You might be part of multiple communities. You might be on a Facebook group. You know, you might be part of loads of different things, but you're just one satellite entity bouncing around all of them. Like, it's very fluid and it's very fragmented, and you might not be. I might just not turn up tomorrow for squash club anymore, and then I'm not in the squash community anymore. I just stop talking about motor racing and go on to playing darts instead. Like, there's no guarantees, there's no ticket in, there's no tattoo, there's no, it's not like a street gang where you get shot if you leave. Like, community is just very organic and fluid. It's online as well, isn't it? Predominantly is what we're talking about. So people don't really know each other that well. They're not in the same room as each other. It's about building up relationships over time, getting to know who people are, recognizing faces and names. I guess that's part of the community thing. But like, if someone wasn't there anymore, or somebody new come, like, it's fluid like that. So I guess some people see it as more of a, I don't know what they see it as. I see it as like a name around nothing. Something and nothing at the same time. Like, there's a lot of positivity to be gained from being part of it, but you can't draw a line around it. And it's like trying to catch smoke or something. And at the same time, we're all just people in this big, wider community. And again, I'll reiterate, like, the people that you live nearby and you see often, they're actually your real community, aren't they? Your close family and friends. The people that live in your local town. Like, that's how you become part of a community in that sense, I guess. I don't know, I find it all very, very interesting, but I don't know where to draw the lines. I'm sure the whole Snort Hogan thing, the whole pastor thing, the whole Phil drama thing, like, community's got a lot to, like, the word seems to be a buzzword in that conversation. For sure. You're in trouble with these hilly churls here, madam. This is your bag. You're like silly churls, hilly churls. Gee. There you go. Now you're doing it.
Time to go.
Yeah, she kicks off rotten when she goes mad, doesn't she?
Let me weave you a verse. No, my soul.
Ow! That one kicked her in the head. Dead. Commission complete. Commission complete. See, what's interesting as well about that whole community thing and the concept of drama as well is that it seems that we're humans, and that it doesn't matter whether you're interested in ASMR or Phil, Like all communities tend to have a blossoming, and then some sort of fragmentation and drama seems to come along with, I think, humanity.
One client, 2 clients, 3 clients.
One of the things about the ASMR community that I always found like bizarre was that the content was about calm, relaxing, nice sounds. Like, you know, there was a lot
I'll
of
lead the way.
there was a lot
Follow
of friendly positivity in the community vibe. You know, a lot of sort of wholesome community vibe. Back when I was doing it. Nowadays there's a lot more sex workers, but back when I was doing it, there was. And yet there was also like a total consistent undercurrent of animosity, bitchiness, backbiting. Like I said, legit, somebody once sent me a message that said, like, you're a new ASMR person and I've been here longer than you, so like, don't think that you're going to start being like, you know, popular in this gang. We've already got all our friend spaces allocated, thanks. We don't need another friend. And I was like, really? Like, okay, I don't have to be your friend. But I'll carry on being friends with the other people. How about that? Fuck off. No, that was early doors as well. Old Amanda. And obviously she didn't represent everyone in the community, but I think it's funny that like, it doesn't matter what it is. Like, it could be the damn... like, vegans is another good example. You know, vegans, aren't they nice people who love animals? Yeah, absolutely. And have you got a community on the internet? Yeah. And what's it like? Oh, they're an absolute bunch of degenerates all attacking each other. And like, I mean, there's a lot of them now that are past. There's a new generation of that as well. There's a new generation of positive message vegans. But for a while there, it was just like a colossal mess of argument and dissent, attacking each other for popularity and drama and views. It's something that Phil preaches against, and it was a feature of YouTube. Actually, this is something I wanted to show as well, but I don't know if I will know the ages. I wonder if I can just Google it. Whether it was a short. It was a short. Can I search YouTube Shorts, maybe? Like, can you search Shorts? YouTube through the ages. It might be years, you know, maybe years. Maybe I write it wrong. And it was a short that I think I watched. No. These are just shorts. I want to search this, but I want it to be YouTube through the ages, shorts. Video. You can't select shorts, okay? So I've got no idea, but it was a... It's really specific what I'm asking for, isn't it? YouTube through the ages. Or mate, YouTube generations. Not just general stuff about generations, but like the YouTube generations. Christ, it was a specific short that I actually watched. There's some shorts. It's hard, isn't it, to get what you want on the internet? You can't even see the fucking thing. I haven't got it up. There it is. And I didn't find it. So it doesn't matter. Well annoying. Well annoying, because I think there was a drama generation. But it's irrelevant now anyway. that's the truth of the matter as well, isn't it? It's irrelevant. Things become irrelevant. It might be a human trait, but it might also...
Rain outlines your fate. I let my guard down.
I guess also the Phil stuff is a generational thing as well. Like you had
Make yourselves a room.
like the Sons of Kojima era, maybe you could say that. And like maybe with that being said, like Like, that being said, is more modern era detraction. Hu Tao's great, but once she's done her thing, I suppose I have to want to heal her up again, yeah? Gee. I'm going to need to get bigger numbers on this.
Witness the power.
The Temple of Wisdom.
Time to go.
It's better with everything kicking off.
Go.
Bye-bye. Dead. Not much more for all that, but let's go and see what they got at the Adventurers Guild.
Ad Astra Abyssosk.
Do you know what's weird as well?
Welcome to the Adventurers Guild.
Like, I actually think I'd get on all right. Like, aside from the fact that he's like a closet racist or whatever, like, I'd get on well with Phil in some ways. Like, you could actually just sit around with him and play video games and it wouldn't be completely awful. But the things that you did find obnoxious, I think he would benefit from having someone next to him just to say, look, Phil, can you stop doing that? Put your shoes on. Look, I've come round your house. You at least put your trousers on. Have a shower and put your socks on. Like, you know, and he'd benefit from having someone next to him to sort of like that should be his wife doing that. But you would iron out some of those, like socializing, being part of a community, being part of a real life community with people around you, like does kind of iron out some of those inconsistencies where people will just tell you, and they're not being horrible and they're not being mean. Like, sometimes people are just telling you what they feel, and they might get agitated, they might get angry, and it builds up, and they don't tell you until they're angry about it because they didn't have the courage. The first time it annoyed them, they didn't say anything, they let it happen and happen and happen. Then they got angry. But at least they're telling you what they really think, eh? Like, you know, Phil hasn't had people around him to sort of say, well, he has, they're the detractors, and he doesn't listen to them. I suppose. I actually, honestly, it's a weird thing, I'm saying this, but it's a weird thing that I honestly think that I think it would make the ultimate content is to take, I'd like to do it, Detractor, I'd go and live with Phil for 6 weeks, I'd take my cameras, he'd stream, I'd stream, we'd interview, we'd talk, like, we'd just get somewhere, and I'd like film it, make a mini documentary out of it, like meeting Phil, just talk, and with carte blanche, I'd say, listen, I'm going to do this with you, Phil, you get out of it complete, like, you're already transparent on the internet, aren't you, Phil? You just get a complete, you know, transparent go at getting everything sorted and gone through and learned something. Like, I'm going to come at you with some ideas, some what you might see as negatives, and, you know, we're going to work through some shit. Like, I'm going to try and improve you. I'm not going to be like boot camp, but I'm going to, you know, just put the hard questions to you, and then, like, we're going to talk things through over an enjoyable Italian meal and be friends at the end of it, and not like, you know, at the end of it you might see some positivity in your life out of it, like a positive progression, and, like, you know, meal with a detractor, 6 weeks with a detractor. But I don't know, I think I'd like to do something like that. I think it'd be awesome content as well, Phil's journey. Because we've certainly got, like, we've been through the start point, like, we haven't left level 1, have we? So, like, there's a few levels to go through still. Could be done, could be done.
Thank you for completing today's commissions.
Because the level 1 podcast is a funny admission as well, isn't it? Like, I'm enjoying being down here on level 1. It could be that you had to restart when you went bankrupt, so you're back at level 1. Or it could be that you went, because Phil did get to level 6, 7, 8, whatever. You know, he did go up the levels, but now he's down at level 1.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But when the moon's out, bathe in moonlight.
Okay.
Everyone can hear your voice.
Everyone's talking. But it could also be that, you know, socially, emotionally...
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome
like,
to the Adventurers Guild.
as a human being, like, you know, level 1 isn't the level you want to stay on forever. Even if you can have fun. Down there on level 1. What's going on? Why can't I'm sending care? Then you just have one button for that way, you just reset it all. Okay, thanks. Is that enough more? I bet that's not enough, near enough more, but let's try it. Nope. Let's go and hit a ley line.
Toodaloo.
In for a penny, in for a pound, eh? I'm looking at my resin. I've got one condensed. Let's go and bang a ley line. Show me a close ley line, close to the... That one's up on a thing, isn't it? But that's not close, but that looks close to the teleporter, but when you get there, it's up on a thing. Show me a close ley line to a teleporter. That one's close. I'm not going up on a thing for anyone's business. Yeah, just down there, you see, by the river. It's not the river, it's the sea. Is it? Yeah, it's the sea. Look, it goes on forever. Ooh. Well, the sea doesn't go on forever, does it? No. No. You know what I mean, though. Hello. Get you all wet and blooming, and then we'll bash your head off. How'd you like that? There's a friend here. Not anymore. Hello, Mr. Wizard.
Higher, higher, yes, high five.
Mrs. Wizard.
No, my soul.
Glad we got that sorted. This is going badly, obviously. How about that, though? Now she's dead. So we're going to need to get her back.
Yeah, stay put.
No, you're dead. You're in the water, just feeling sorry for yourself. So it feels wrong to attack you, but I will. Come on.
Make yourselves at home.
Look at that. Dead. Challenge complete. Leave them a little card Hu Tao. They might, you know, scrape them up and put them in an urn. Is that enough? It might be enough for the books, but it might not be enough for the Ascension.
Billy Churl, silly Billy, hilly Churl.
Woo, singing that song all the time. Should just tone down the number of times she sings that, otherwise it's going to get really old really quick. Not enough Mora. You chuffers. We're level 79 nearly. That counts. We just need some more Mora. I've got those. In fact, I've got too many of those. I've got 20 extra of those. Oh no. I brought 20 extra of those. But we haven't got the blue. I could probably craft it. And we will need the gemstones, which I just don't have. So.
Silly Churl, Billy Churl.
On red gemstones. I wonder if my other characters need red. But then they will need the gemstones as well, won't they? Like, she needs red. I've already got loads of Everflame flame seeds. Toma needs red, doesn't he? I have to start bashing this thing up. The pyrohypostasis. Dishing out the red. There'll be a red shortage again later, but it'll be these two that suffer. Today's stream sponsored by Hu Tao. Is in our squad now, level 79 of 80. She's got a banger of a weapon, which we've just had in in the squad the whole time. Still feels like it's the hot chef's weapon that I'm letting her hold, but artifacts are not bad artifacts. They can be pumped up as we go and then handed off to another character when we finally hit a domain and give her a personalised set. Constellation not on your Nelly. Talents, we're halfway up. 3s. No Mora. But one more bang in the domains, and that is on a Tuesday, isn't it? Tuesday, Friday, Sunday. That's today. Somehow. It's today, Tuesday. I should be in there banging that. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I should be in there banging that though. And then she's basically done. It's a resin replenish. But yeah, other than that, which I might do after a break, I'm not going to do it now. I might throw a few more wishes in the wishing hat. Because it is a wishing stream, isn't it? And we have got 9 of these, so we're pretty close, certain to a definite. Of course, the worst thing it could do is to 5-star Mia Kaching. That would be funny as fuck, wouldn't it? Okay. Even more funny, that's the character I selected for free off the banner when we had the free choice. Should have given me Yanfei, you fuckers. Fair enough. I'll take it. I'll take it. Ice Unleashed. Something good for him. He's our new chuffer that's going under the radar because we just got really good Hu Tao, but Ning Wang got a constellation on as well, didn't she, today? These characters are under the radar because they're 70s of 80s, 60s, 70s. I need to get them in the main squad, but they're just there. They're like good characters who I want to use. They're just about there on the under. Zhao needs to be pumped through, needs to be pushed through next. We picked up Bedu today. Oh, we did a lot today. Got a lot in there today. Like, I've got such I'll tell you, this is incredible to me now, actually. The wide roster of characters that I have. Like, I've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 5-stars, not including obligatory super chuffer. 7 5-stars, and characters that I consider to be up in that upper echelon, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. These are characters I really like and think are good. Haven't played much with them, but 11, 12. Got the little ones as well. I like Fischl, think she's cool. She's cool. He's cool if it wasn't for his shoes. We've now got her. Like, I've really got quite... Like, there's nothing wrong with being a free-to-play player. It's absolutely banging over here. The water's lovely. Yeah. Good old Genshin Impact. The only issue is I need to be on the primo grind. Toodaloo. Yeah, I'm not finished quite yet, chuffer. I'll throw you in the water, look, if you don't behave. Got a face now. You. I'll just throw you in that water if you don't behave. Yeah, she's going to behave. Wait. She'll start up in a minute. I'll throw her straight in that water.
Silly churl, Bill.
There you go. But yeah, it's been a good one. Hopefully I get up tomorrow. Like, it's quite late now. I need to get myself to bed and get up tomorrow with a view to
1 client, 2
streaming on
clients,
YouTube.
3 clients.
Maybe talking about a dead chuffer or a not dead chuffer, or this woman that's gone missing or whatever that's in the news. Some of that sort of stuff. Maybe talk about Martin Liedtke. Maybe talking about Phil himself, the big Philly Grand.
Huh?
Oh. Yeah. This is good. This is good today.
Toodaloo.
Toodaloo. Yeah, you be good. And remember, if you can't be good, you're naughty. Thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting. You naughty chuffers.